Board Secretary?
Hello? Is it on? Mr. Biancamano?
Present.
Mr. Garcia?
Present.
Mr. Klupfel?
Here.
Ms. McAllister?
Here.
Ms. Mitchell?
Here.
Mrs. Rose Kern? Mrs. Sobolov?
Here.
And Dr. Gold.
Here.
Another public meeting?
Please.
This meeting is being held in conformity to the Open Publics Meeting Act. Proper public notice of the meeting was published in a local newspaper on November 9, 2013 and November 10. If any board member or member of the public in attendance believes that this meeting is in violation of the Open Publics Meeting Act, the Hoboken Board of Education requests that they make a statement at this time. The board wishes to make those in attendance aware that this meeting is being recorded on video and will be broadcast by the board at a later date on cable television channel 77 and FiOS channel 46. The Hoboken Board of Education is committed to preserving the decorum of the public process and is mindful that we live in the age of electronic devices, computers, cell phones, and other electronic communication devices. Nevertheless, we respectfully request that all meeting participants kindly silence their electronic devices during the course of the meeting. And if use of the device is necessary, we ask that you please leave the meeting room if you need to conduct personal business.
Okay. Flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Welcome. Does everybody, at least are there some open seats or? No? Okay. I guess we'll be doing Student of the Month now.
Good evening, Mr. President and fellow board members. It's my pleasure this evening to recognize the students of the month. Starting off with Calabro School, a 6th grader, Kaylee Oliveri. Kaylee,
Here, wait, she's coming up.
excuse me?
There's still a lot more people out there. There's about 50 people outside. Can we move it up to the gym?
No. No, it's
We would have to, allow me to do my superintendent's report, and then we can make a judgment call, but we'd have to move all the recording equipment. So we have all this recording equipment to record the board meeting, so we have to do that.
But if some of you want to move up front to stand up, because I think you're
In this
probably
space
waiting
over
to
here.
hear the superintendent's report.
I think that's Kaylee behind you.
Is she here?
Also, the
Is
Student of
Kaylee
the
here?
Month, can we find her?
Yeah.
Yay.
Kaylee is an exceptional young lady. She is an excellent student in all academic areas. Kaylee is respectful and well-mannered. She goes above and beyond to help her classmates and teachers. She has proven herself to be a leader and role model both in the classroom and throughout Calabro School. Overall, Kaylee exhibits academic excellence, peer leadership, pride, and self-motivation. All of these attributes have led to her selection as the October Student of the Month at Calabro. Congratulations, Kaylee. Our next student is a 3rd grader from Connors Elementary School. It is with great pleasure to introduce this student of the month, Suhaili Gonzalez. If you were to visit the 3rd grade classroom on any given day, you would probably find a very active group of children, busy with their work or discussing important topics in small groups. If you continue to observe, there are a few students who really stand out in the classroom, and Suhaili is one of them. Suhaili is a very caring and considerate person. She will be one of the first to check in with someone who might be sad or needing help. She will be one of the first to follow directions, and sitting ready for the morning news and greeting. When we get to our center activities, Suhaili is ready to work on the assignment with a cheerful disposition. She is kind, patient, interested in what the teacher and students around her are sharing. She is ready to talk about the connections and learning she has made at any given moment. This is how she continues throughout the day. For these reasons, Suhaili is the Connors Student of the Month. Congratulations. Our next student of the month is from Wallace School, fifth grader Olivia Smith. Olivia is a fantastic student in the fifth grade. She is extremely smart and always participating. She is involved with many activities, such as the band and the Johns Hopkins program. Olivia is an asset to the Wallace School, as well as room 317, Ms. Tellerico's class. It is a pleasure this evening to introduce Olivia Smith as a Student of the Month. And our last student from Hoboken Junior Senior High School, Destiny Gedden. Destiny is smart and well-spoken. She completes all assignments and contributes to all classroom discussions. She is a pleasure to have in the classroom, and she's also a dedicated student. Destiny believes in education and is self-motivated to do well. Destiny is a well-rounded individual. She is smart, athletic, respectful, and responsible as she is able to juggle athletics and schoolwork. She is a true Red Wing. Congratulations, Destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. There actually is some standing room, because the next person that will speak will be Dr. Toback, and I'm sure you're not here to, yes.
There are more people outside than inside.
I understand, but more people can come here if they want to hear. Come in.
Learn up the stairs, sir.
Then please come in and try to make some room. We have some room on the side. We have some room up front. Actually behind would be some,
Do you want to lean on the wall?
whatever makes you easier,
Are you okay?
makes it easier.
Okay,
Okay.
I was just,
The what? The halls? Are they normally on? I don't think they're normally on. No. I don't know.
God,
What? Okay,
Yeah, but it would take us a
we're fine for, I think there's one fire marshal here, so if you want to move up. Okay, our next person who will speak is the superintendent's report. What?
Yeah, but how long is it going to take us to move all this stuff?
what's, I can't hear, what's the
He's
suggestion?
saying it's getting a crowd, but I don't know how long it's going to take. How long will it take us to move everything upstairs?
A while?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Are you
So
concerned?
this
Are you
is,
a
I
fire
think we
issue?
have enough people.
Right, they can.
Okay,
That's why we said people remain outside, and it's not an issue.
All right, so that, I think that's enough.
Okay, we
Right,
have enough now.
That's enough, it's enough. We
Thank
have to
you.
keep that clear. We have to,
okay. All right, please, thank you for your patience and your cooperation. Dr. Toback is now.
Okay. So before I get started, I would just like to take a moment of silence. It's one day late, but I would like to take a moment of silence to recognize our veterans and also the men and women serving the armed forces. So just a moment of silence for that. Okay. So tonight I'd like to start a meeting by recognizing and addressing the issue that brings so many of you to our Board of Ed meeting tonight. It's true that I wrote a letter to the Commissioner of Education about the expansion of Ola Charter School, but there's also a letter about the impact of charter schools in Hoboken. In this letter, I tried to make a variety of points that have some bearing on the decision about the Ola expansion. In fact, your presence this evening is welcome for many reasons, but it illustrates one of my main points. Parents, residents, teachers, and community leaders should not be pitted against one another to fight over funding for the education of children. This is one of my main points, and I believe that this current process that we should be concerned with has not much benefit for the community. And at the same time, under the current system, we're not really left with many other options. So I think we can all agree that, notwithstanding any other comments to be made later, that we should work together to make some suggestions about the current process and maybe make sure that maybe we can take some steps to aid the community in this process. When residents speak, I do my best to hear and understand what they have to say. I read a variety of emails. I heard comments that were made. I took a lot of phone calls today. And there was certainly a lot of discussion that resulted from the letter. And in some cases, there is also confusion. So there's probably time that people need to digest a little bit more about what my letter said. And I agree with that. So taking all this into consideration, I would like to withdraw the resolution regarding the charter school and the letter that goes with it for the time being. Now, there's also another important point to be made with the letter. And I think that's what brings many of you here tonight. And maybe I made a mistake a little bit with the wording to make it very clear. I'm a direct person. So if I were asking the commissioner to revoke the charter school of the charter for the OLA, then I would have wrote that. I did not write that. What I did ask the commissioner to do is to basically hold back until what I think is something very beneficial could be completed, which is a study about the impact of charters in our school district. So I'd be happy to clarify my letter to indicate that I'm not seeking to have the charter for OLA revoked. While I do believe that an independent study of the situation is warranted, it is not intended to bring about a revocation. The timeline required for a study and a renewal would not likely coincide, so I will connect my request to a study. I will not connect the request for a study to any renewal in any future letter. The next important point to be made has to do with the role of the Board of Ed and the superintendent. So what you have read is primarily a position and impact statement about charter schools in Hoboken directed to the Commissioner of Education. The Board of Ed, I know I read a number of emails and some things that maybe people don't quite understand. The Board of Ed has no capacity to approve any charter or any expansion of a charter. The superintendent has no capacity to approve any charter or an expansion of a charter. So the decision rests with the Commissioner of Education. All we do is present concerns and await from the response from the Commissioner. He would be the person who would ultimately make a determination about the information that has been presented to him. In order for parents, community leaders, and residents to not be pitted against one another over the education of children, there is an issue of funding that I think we can all agree would really be something we should all be concerned about. Because charter school funding is difficult. Funding for the public schools is a difficult thing. So my point is made simply in my experience here. I started working here in 2010-2011 school year. The charter school allocation was about $5 million. And that, at the time, represented about a 19% increase from the prior year. The next year, the charter school allocation was about $6 million. During the 2012-2013 school year, the allocation was $7.2 million. That represented a 21% increase over the prior year. So one of my points with this issue is the fact that you have, on an annual basis, a $1 million increase in the charter school allocation. Now, charter schools typically, they start small, and when you add it together, here in this community, we have not one, not two, but 3 charter schools. And the point being that when you add together the funding, even though it does not seem like a small amount for one charter school or one grade level of expansion, there is, in fact, there's more to the story. And when you add together on an annual basis $1 million that comes out of this district's budget, okay, so our budget is $64 million, but it does support 3 charter schools as well as the public schools, along with a variety of other things. But on an annual basis, there is $1 million additional that has been coming out of our budget. Last year was about $700,000. It's a significant amount of money that continues every year to come out of our budget. You read about my concern that as time goes by and as this amount continues to grow, we have very limited capacity to increase our budget. So what happens is there are significant cuts that are made to the local district budget. And so it's reasonable for any superintendent to be concerned on an annual basis that there's $1 million that is leaving our district budget not to come back, not that we can make it back. And the other thing that is also an important factor is 3 years where these large increases for the charter school allocation took place were also 3 years the board did its best to keep the taxes low to the point where there was no tax increase. There was a 0% tax levy increase. We were able to do that largely because we had a lot of retirements. We had a tremendous amount of retirements over a few years. That time is over. So we're facing a lot of different economic issues, a lot of different problems, and those are the types of things that I want to communicate to the Commissioner of Education as he considers any further action on charter schools. Again, it doesn't mean that I'm seeking the revocation of the charter for OLA. What I am seeking from the Commissioner, what I would like to happen from the Department of Ed, is a study, an independent study, to talk about the impact of charter schools in Hoboken, because I don't think that what we're doing here makes a lot of sense, and this is the same type of thing that we did a year and a half ago when there was a proposal for a new charter school. A lot of proponents came out, they were looking for a new charter school, and we went through a similar process. And that's really a very difficult thing. It's a very difficult thing for school superintendents to go through. It's a difficult thing for board members to go through. There's the whole political layer to it that makes it very difficult. And all added together, it leads us to an unfortunate place where we should not be. So when you factor in the needs of the charter school, the funding needs, the space needs, and all the other things that exist, I also wanted to point out that there is a facility issue, a space issue, that we are all facing. The good news is that the lower grade levels, there is a significant enrollment. There is a significant enrollment in pre-K3, a significant enrollment in pre-K4. We have a large kindergarten enrollment. We have a large first grade enrollment. We have some serious enrollment. Well, it's not a problem. We have some serious numbers that we're dealing with at the lower grade levels. We need space. We need funding. And so all those students that's a group we really need to be considered about. It's a young group of children, and they're going to need space. They're going to need funding. And when you add together, as I said, we're getting to a point where if there is continued expansion of charters and there is continued situations where on an annual basis the charter allocation increases by about $1 million, it's going to be very difficult to make everybody happy. It's going to be very difficult to fund the public schools adequately. It's going to be very difficult. The charter schools, I know you struggle with funding. I know that there's definitely different levels of funding, and you have to make do. So it's a difficult situation for everyone. But I did want to, again, reemphasize, particularly for the people in the back, if you didn't hear me, I'm going to withdraw the resolution. And what I would like to do is I would like to spend some time communicating with the leaders of the charter schools. And I think that then from there, perhaps we could have a meeting to further discuss and explain what's really happening here. What's really happening with the funding, what's really happening with the schools, how is this all working out in our city, And maybe there are some solutions, maybe some things we could do jointly, combined. And
Can you be clear to the parents that you're still going to oppose the expansion to 7th and 8th grade? Because I think you just haven't hit on that. You've been talking about withdrawing the letter.
Right.
And withdrawing your opposition to the renewal of the charter, and I understand
I'm-
that, I appreciate that.
Yes.
But if you could just be clear
I was-
that you will
okay.
continue to oppose the
So,
expansion
one-
to 7th and 8th grade.
One, I was never opposed to the renewal of the charter. What I'm opposed to, okay, hear what I'm saying. What I'm opposed to, and and I also said in my letter that at the end, it's very clear that I think there's room for private schools, charter schools, public schools. I think we can all do a very nice job with the school system here, with a mix of those types of schools. So what am I opposed to? I'm not opposed to renewing the charter. I'm opposed to, I wrote that I was opposed to renewing the charter with the idea that eventually the department would do a study. And so my message was basically a message of caution to not renew the charter until a certain time where a study could be completed. In other words, don't take any further action until we get this study. However, the part about the expansion, okay, the expansion is an issue that I am concerned about. It's an issue that certainly we're going to discuss over the next few days. But right now, yes, I am concerned about the expansion of the charter school. But again, it's that whole topic is going to be pulled from the agenda tonight for further discussion. And maybe there's some opportunities where we could talk, we can make sense of the situation, and we'll see what happens.
But I don't understand why you are focusing entirely on charter schools rather than on focusing on what's going on internally inside of your school system. Sorry.
Please, I mean, if you have a question, that was clarification is fine. Wait, please, this is not an open discussion. This isn't a town hall, which we will, please. I think your clarification,
You're not making sense.
Right.
what? The clarification that you asked for, I thought was fine, so that's why I didn't
That's fine.
interrupt. But any real dialogue needs to be taking place at a different time. So, as I said, I welcome a direct question. Okay, thank you. You-
Explain it. It's
What?
not.
Okay,
Saying
wait.
it differently.
Okay, let me say it differently, as I'm being told. We're going to have comments in the public section where you make your comments, then the person that is directed to will actually answer you. But right now, the forum doesn't provide for a give and take like this. If there is one, not a speech, but a specific question, I will allow one, right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think what you're saying is, this is not a topic for the agenda items at the beginning of the meeting, it's now moved to the public items at the end of the meeting, because parents,
Which everybody could speak at. Yes, sir.
parents have signed up for agenda items, they now need to sign the other clip.
I think we can just move it over, so everybody's signed up to speak then. I'm actually,
Well, this is,
this is what will be addressed. I'll tell you my opinion, but I'm not the superintendent speaking now. So do you,
let's let him finish this.
let
Okay, I'm
let the
sorry.
superintendent finish.
Mr. Chair,
I'm
I
going to
just
let
have
the
a-
superintendent finish right now.
I know, I just have a question about what you said about the agenda items. The superintendent's report is an agenda item, correct?
Actually, there's,
It's an agenda item.
It is an
It's
agenda
listed on, it's
Okay.
listed legally in the papers as part of it. So it is an agenda item, so they could speak in the first portion instead of waiting for the public. They have small children here.
Vito, you agree?
But also-
Fine.
But also, please understand that it's not a question and answer. It's a, as Ms. Martinez is nodding, it's a public comment on agenda items. So, you know,
So the
that's-
format's
it's a
as
public
follows.
comment. It's not a,
You'll come up, you'll ask, you'll speak. We will tell you how many people there are and multiply it by 5 minutes, so please. And then when you're all done, obviously the superintendent will address the questions you have.
if he wants to or wait.
So, Mr. Chair, just a point of order. So the board members
are not going to be allowed to ask the questions as soon as he finishes his report? Because there were some inaccuracies in the letter that I have to
I would feel a
ask
lot, I hear what you're
answers
saying.
for.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if the public spoke first, and then we have a chance to talk.
Okay, but we've always
We will
run the
have,
format
we always have,
as board members.
but I'd rather have the public speak
That's
first.
listen. I'm in
Okay.
agreement, but I think there's certain information that the board, that the public must be aware of on how this takes place. This didn't happen overnight. This letter wasn't generated overnight. So I think it's important for me to ask questions of, at what point did this conversation start? When it went through governance, who authorized for that resolution to be put forth, and then there was a
Okay,
misleading
Mr.
resolution.
Garcia,
So I
the
want to make
public's
sure.
going to go first, and then you can
Okay,
talk.
very well. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Tovek's going to.
But Dr. Toback hasn't finished yet? And
No, I'm
Okay.
done with my report for now.
All right, we have a few more reports. We have the business.
Yes, I have one update to report. Our external auditors are back in district. They're currently finishing up their field work. We're providing them information, but there is no indication of any findings of any sort at this point. That concludes my report.
Okay, great. We'll get through this quickly. The finance?
The Finance Committee met on Monday, November 4th, from 8:30 to approximately 9:45. Attending were me, Leon Gold, Irene Sobolov, Dr. Toback, and Mr. Moffett. We reviewed all finance agenda items. There's nothing extraordinary or unusual, and the committee recommends all for board approval. We did discuss a couple of other things. One, we talked briefly about the state of the audit. The other thing was I think the board has always been interested in the food services program, and Mr. Moffett reported that Sodexo had reported, I think it was a $20,000 increase over last September. The significance of that, I think, is that Sodexo the number of meals they were serving were increasing throughout the year, which indicated student satisfaction and parent satisfaction with the program. And it looks like, it kept increasing and it stayed at that level as the new year begins. So it seems to be a good omen for the rest of the year in terms of the finances of the program. The other thing I just need to mention is a $4,000 donation of pharmaceutical lab supplies, it sounds like, from Roche Pharmaceuticals to the junior, senior high school. So I just acknowledge that publicly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Governance, Rose isn't here, but I think we pretty much know what the major point of that was. Curriculum?
There was no meeting this month due to Election Day, but we have our next meeting on December 3rd. It's open to the public, and it starts at 5:30. That's Tuesday, December 3rd, in the board office conference room.
Okay, athletics?
The Athletics and Performing Arts Committee met on November 4th. In attendance was myself, Rose Markle, and Miguel Hernandez. The winter schedules were discussed. Participants for the individual sports were discussed. There's 160 total so far this season. Coaching positions were discussed. Unified Gear is a new website in order to buy Hoboken gear as a fundraiser for the athletic department, and that should be available soon. There was a STAN teacher conference, which stands for Speech and Theater Association of New Jersey, an organization that advocates for speech and theater in educational curricula. They support many events and activities, competitions around New Jersey throughout the year. And I wanted to announce that Ms. Miller has been invited to sit on their 12-member executive board. For those who don't know, she's our drama teacher, and she will be assisting them in their statewide competition in February. So I wish her congratulations. The drama department has arranged for 2 professionally led drama workshops at Hoboken High School: how to audition for professional theater and college conservancy programs, and how to make your monologues pop. And then the drama department is having a few fundraisers, monthly bake sales in November to June, a holiday singing event at ShopRite, and a series of children's theater workshops after school for our elementary students. The high school drama students will lead 90-minute workshops to give the students a taste of the high school theater program and to promote the auditions for the upcoming district-wide Little Mermaid, which is in February.
And there's no facilities?
The facilities, I don't think I have that.
Thank you.
The facility meeting was canceled, but there were 2 items that were accomplished for the month of October. One was the Hoboken High School scoreboard was installed like right after the October meeting, so it's fully in use at the 50-yard line at the Hoboken JFK Field. And also a bike corral was installed at the Brant School. So actually the day after it was installed, it was already filled with about 5 bicycles, parents' bicycles with little seats on it, children's bicycles. So that was a happy thing. Good.
Thank you.
That's our report.
Quick President's report. Judging by the outflow of people, it's important that we communicate with the community, and we're going to be taking steps to do that by establishing a number of town hall meetings. First one will be at the end of January when we're going to discuss the budget, talk about where the money goes, what a tax levy is. The purpose of this is at least we'll all agree on the terms. We might not agree on the interpretations of what they mean, but at least we'll understand when we say a term, we'll agree on at least what it means. To facilitate that, I'm going to propose a communications committee to help facilitate this. I will bring that up to vote on in December. The second news, I guess very good for Mr. Garcia, is that he's been elected our new assemblyman. So,
Thank you, Mr. President.
and because of that, I assume we're going to have a vacancy on the board in January. The board secretary is going to post an advertisement for that, and if you're interested in being considered for being on the board, please send a one-page resume or a cover letter describing why you want to be it, and then candidates will be picked and interviewed. There needs to be formal notification, so that our board secretary will do. Probably the deadline will be around the first week of December, because we will want to have the person ready in January. So please look for the advertisement, but the notice is out there now. If you're interested in being considered, please let us know. That's it for the this is going to change a little because of the number of people, so I'm going to ask a few questions. How many people do we have signed up for the agenda?
45.
Okay, now 45 times 5 minutes is what?
A lot.
Am I curtailing? I don't know if you want to cut it down. Can you? I don't want to be accused of censorship. If I give you 3 minutes, do you feel it's being taken away from you?
Yeah, no, 5 minutes.
You want 5 minutes?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's 40 times 5 minutes you want.
School means a lot to us.
If you want 45, tell me how many hours that is, Vito. So, please get the tape ready. We're going to have 3.5 hours of comment. Wait, one more thing. Can I ask a favor? The favor I would like is, we have an agenda that I think can be all voted in at once. Can I make the motion for a consent agenda? And if we all, is anybody going to argue with anything?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's going to take a second, right now. Please ask for a consent agenda.
Motion.
Okay.
No, Mr. Chair, I have some items that I have questions about.
So we're now going to wait 3.5 hours, all right? Okay, let's go with the public session.
The agenda.
Agenda comments.
Patricia Waiters?
And again, you say your name and, where you're
Your
from.
name and your address. And Patricia will show you how to do it.
Patricia Waiters. I hope I can wrap this up for everybody. The language in this letter is very confusing, and unfortunately, I just got it 20 minutes ago. But mentioning about him reaching out and basing this letter upon somebody's opinion is no longer with the board. I have other positive letters. This is Mr. Chef himself, okay? And in this letter, the Dr. Toback state about his assistant, I have Governor Christie, Cory Booker, publisher comments from studies from charter schools, and it's all positivity. My question is, to me, this is about politics and funding. I'm gonna call it like it is to save y'all 3 hours. Listen, And it's sad, but it's true. Why, even if you put out a letter, Dr. Toback, my downfall with this letter is we have 4 charter schools. To single out Ola, it hurts. This one sitting here, my son cut the ribbon for Ola. He said, Mommy, let's bring our ribbon. Okay? So imagine the students, okay? Think about the students for a chance, not the public school funding, not the 64 million everybody ready to dig their fingers into the pie. Think about the students. Look at this room here. And I said at election time, we're not putting politics in our school system. You think this is a crowd, it's gonna get double. If you think we're gonna allow you to bully your way through our kids' education and our kids' future, not. Okay? So pulling this agenda, and I attend every meeting, so I don't want to fool the parents. Pulling this agenda don't mean it goes away. Okay? Just to give you a heads up, it don't mean it goes away. So let's put our defenses up high and get ready for a knockdown fight, because it's going to be dirty. Dirty as usual. This letter shouldn't have never entered an agenda. You putting the horse before the carriage into the agenda without even informing the public. And this is what happened when our superintendent don't live in this community. So regardless to what he vote on and ask the commissioner for, who impacts? We do. We live here. We vote here. We pay taxes here. Our kids get their education here. And it's time for us to stick together as a team and make sure this don't go no further. I have documentation here for everybody to view. I didn't have enough copies because I got this at the last minute. And look at the positive things that Mr. Raya put forth to help out. And when you say funding, most of the money came out of his poor pocket, okay? So if it's about funding, let's put our education before money, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Tia Narciso.
Who's mine?
Hello. As a board member...
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Sure. Tia Narciso, 739 Bloomfield Street.
Thank you.
As a board member and parent of Ola, I ask you to support and endorse Ola's renewal and expansion to 8th grade. In addition, I request that you carefully review and correct the errors and misrepresentations in Dr. Toback's November 12th letter to the Department of Education. Almost 5 years ago, I stood in front of this Board of Ed, along with many of my friends and colleagues, and lobbied members here to approve a Spanish immersion program integrated with the Hoboken public school system. Sadly, it was voted down by the board. Fast forward to today. Thanks to the hard work of the Ola founding members, parents, teachers, administrators, and this vibrant community, there is a fantastic dual language immersion public school in this city. My children have been enrolled in this program since its inception. They have all truly thrived in this environment, and I couldn't be more pleased. They are excelling in the traditional core curriculum in English, and they can now read, write, and speak Spanish. I am grateful that charter school law established a parent's right to choose, and I was able to choose this school. There are many errors in Dr. Toback's letter, and I urge you to consider the following facts as input to your decision. To say that charter schools cost the district money is factually incorrect. The bottom line is that the Hoboken School District keeps, as an administrative fee, at least 10% of the per-student operating funding without having to educate that child. Ola operates on a shoestring budget, 44% of per-student amount that the Hoboken District gets. Ola has a very diverse population, 53% white, 33% Hispanic, and 14% other. Ola's New Jersey Ask test scores are quite impressive. In the 3rd grade, 89% passed language arts, 98% passed math. In 4th grade, 70% passed language arts, 83% passed math, and 96% passed science. There is great demand for this school, as Ola has over 250 students on the waiting list. Contrary to Dr. Toback's claim, Ola does have a number of special needs children, approximately 7% of its population. Contrary to Dr. Toback's claim, Ola will absolutely retain the dual language model in the upper grade levels. Lastly, Ola doesn't operate out of 3 trailers, like Dr. Toback states in his letter. We have 10 classrooms, 2 brand new trailers, a gym, a cafeteria, a music room, and a student garden at 123 Jefferson Street. It frustrates me that inflammatory letters like this incite the public, spread lies, divide the community, and create an us versus them mentality. Why can't we work together to educate and keep all children in the Hoboken public schools? Why can't we celebrate each other's successes? Why can't we leverage economies of scale across the district and provide for all students in the public schools? The children of Brant, Wallace, Connors, Calabro, the high school, Hoboken Charter, Elysian Charter, and Ola Charter are all Hoboken public school children. They all deserve a world-class education, and they all deserve our collective support and leadership. I encourage this board and the superintendent to embrace and educate all the children of this district. Thank you.
Please, we have 3.5 hours. I mean, the first few claps are good, but
Okay.
after a while, it's going to really make it 4.5. Next person, please.
Christine Boygia.
I've resorted to, by the way, I'm timing manually because this had gotten dropped and I can't work it, so. But I'm, so I'm just gonna hold like this at 1 minute so that you know where you are.
I time myself, so
Okay.
I know we're good.
Your name, please?
Christian Hoffman, 547 Bloomfield Street. Good evening. I'm a proud mom of 2 little girls who both attend the Ola Dual Language Immersion Charter School. I have a kindergartner and a 4th grader that attend the school. My children are thriving in the environment created by the staff and the directors of the school. Their dedication to the students and curriculum made this an easy, I'm going to use this word, choice for us when deciding where to send our children to school. I'm sure you know, obviously, why I'm here to speak with you. I am hoping that all of you will hear what I and many others will have to say tonight with an open mind. My concern is that no matter what any of us says, your decision was made before you walked in the door. As elected officials, it is your duty and obligation to listen to the community you represent, which, by the way, is 4 school districts, not 1. So please, truly, honestly listen to the community you represent and prove me wrong by listening with an open mind and an open heart. I'm going to start by saying this. I was here, like Tia, 5 years ago in the same room as this. I stood here with many of the parents that are here today. And unfortunately, we were denied the request to be considered as part of a traditional public school program. And after that, the team that created the program brought it to the state and the charter was approved. The same people that were fighting for that are here tonight. They are still fighting for the rights of their children to receive the type of education that they believe is most beneficial for their children. Before I came here tonight, I explained to my children what was going on and asked them what they might say to you if given the chance. My 4th grader said, "Ola is awesome, and I would never say no to adding a new grade. It's a fun school and I'm learning a new language. Why would they take that away from the children?" My kindergartner had basically the same reaction, saying, "I want more grades because I like learning Spanish words. Why are the moms and dads saying no?" I didn't have an answer, so I printed the proposed letter from Dr. Toback, thinking there might be an answer that I could provide them to help my children understand. So I said to my daughters, okay, here's something. They're requesting that the state not approve our expansion because our growth imperils their middle school success. But then I realized that wasn't right. After all the effort and hard work that my daughters put into learning a new language, we would not just automatically put them into the Hoboken public schools where there is no like-kind program. The fact is this school is the only dual language option in the surrounding area. And as the world grows smaller and more business happens internationally, we are cognizant to the demands on our children to grow up with knowledge of other languages and cultures. There are many studies to suggest that learning other languages and cultures works best when started at a young age, and the dual language education has a greater impact the longer the students participate. So to deny us the opportunity to expand could in effect actually derail and undo all of their accomplishments in language acquisition. So I looked for another reason in your letter. And maybe the girls would understand that OLA takes money away from the school district, as your letter states. So before I explained that one to them, I decided to look into that claim and realized, again, that just isn't true. OLA gets half the funding the public school does per pupil, and the public school gets to keep 10% per child, effectively allowing the Hoboken school system to earn a fiscal return on each OLA student without having to educate them. So now I'm back to square one with my response to my daughters. So I come to the portion of Dr. Tobak's letter stating that OLA's academic performance isn't better than its peer schools. Now, before I told my daughters that, I looked at that claim and realized again that this is just wrong, because OLA's school outperformed all other peer districts in both the NJ Ask and the NJ Pass for the 3rd and 4th grade. So I'm looking at my children's faces, and sadly I'm realizing I have no answer for them. There is no legitimate reason to actively fight against the expansion of OLA. I guess I could say that sometimes things just aren't fair. But who wants to say that to their children about their education, one of life's most valued and vitally crucial commodities? So I'm going to close with something quoted directly from your own letter.
Please face.
It should not be left to local school boards, superintendents, and parents to argue why another school district should or should not be established in any community. While the opportunity for input is important, it does not make sense to continue a process where residents are pitted against one another to fight for the education of their children.
Thank you.
We are simply asking you to stop fighting with the charter schools and place your focus on the traditional public schools here in Hoboken. At the same time, be proud of a city that encourages diversity and growth within the school system. Be as proud a part of that as I am when I'm asked by other parents considering a move to Hoboken or parents with young
we have
children
5
wondering
minutes,
about the
please.
schools here. Give up this fight and work together with the charters
Please,
to make
everybody has
Hoboken a
5
place-
minutes.
It's my last sentence. For educational choice and community growth.
Thank you.
Next person. Please, next person. And just as in all our school board meetings, please direct it to the chair, just so it's not like you're having a conversation with the person you're talking about. Who do?
Alexandra Saperstein?
Please.
Can I come with my husband? Because I want to talk in Spanish. I want to talk in Spanish because I think we can prove we are a multicultural family, part of OLA, and hopefully my son can talk. And I don't know if he wants to. No? Okay, that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's fine.
5 minutes.
Mi nombre es Alejandra Saperstein. Soy madre de Maika Saperstein, parte de OLA. Somos una familia muy orgullosa de estar en OLA. Desde que comenzamos este proyecto de OLA, hemos tenido una experiencia maravillosa. Pienso que fue nuestra opción, our choice, to put our kids in OLA. Like you guys, you get your choice to put your kids in whatever school, right? So I feel like a little bit confused about this because I don't understand why we have so great school, wonderful choice for this town. We need more choices. We need more educated choices. And we have one, really good one. Look at these people. All of these people, probably 80% of these people come to support OLA. It's not a dream, it's true. 4 years ago, probably was a dream. Now it's true. It's 4 years already with successful school, successful kids, talking in both languages, writing in 2 languages, reading in 2 languages. So I'm from Chile, okay? So my son is American. My husband is American. And I choose that school because I think it was the right choice for us. So another one, I feel like it's not fair. You're gonna think about it. Still, you have to think about it if we can continue with that project. I think already is It's a real thing for us, for everybody. And we are very proud to be part of the school, and we want to continue to develop the program and the curriculum. So, I don't know. Es un problema. Yo sé que es un problema. Yo sé que es difícil. Yo sé que es difícil. I'm going to switch, I'm sorry. Yo sé que es difícil. Yo sé que no es fácil para ustedes una decisión. Pero también es nuestro derecho de pelear en buena forma, mantener nuestra escuela con nosotros.
We know it's not an easy decision for you, but it's our choice, and we want to maintain that choice. Can I continue?
Sí.
Okay.
Thank you.
We came to Hoboken after I met my wife in Chile, and as she said, I'm American, she's from Chile. This is a typical story in New Jersey. It's the most diverse state in the country. You all know that. Hoboken is a good representation of that diversity, and it's something that we're very proud of. And looking at Ola, it epitomizes this kind of diversity that was also mentioned earlier this evening. So we're very proud of Ola, and to have it be revoked, I understand what you said earlier, where you're revoking the letter, right? Taking the letter off the table for now. Okay, but by putting anything like this, a charter school like this, on hold for a study, you are essentially revoking the continuity of hundreds of people's lives. Do you understand that?
Please, if you're going to address, then address me, all
I
right?
think I am not interested in revoking the charter.
You're talking about putting something on hold for a study. You're affecting people's lives, you're affecting children's education at a critical moment in their development. I just want to conclude by reminding you, the Board of Education, and thank you for letting us speak in front of you, that you do represent all of us in Hoboken. You don't represent a district. You represent the students of Hoboken, the people of Hoboken. And I appreciate that. We all expect that. And we want to maintain our choices. Okay?
And one more thing, I'm sorry. I remember you say a long time ago and right now, kids first. I want to believe in that. Kids first, please. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person?
What was the?
When she's up,
Can you say it louder?
Please say your name and address when you get up. Wait. Did the person here who's, okay.
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
It's my daughter Amalia. My name is Jose Baggio. We live in 114th Street, apartment 1111. I get kind of emotional talking about this, but first, for us, it was a choice. My kids went through the pre-K program here. I believe in public schools. I do believe in charters. For us, we only applied to one school. I speak Spanish. I'm from Dominican descent. My wife is Dominican. My kids speak Spanish at home. For me, if we couldn't get in, we have done like 6 friends of ours did. They left town. I don't know what the committee wants or what you want, but I can tell you right now that for a lot of the parents in this room, if we don't get an expansion to middle school, we're leaving. And done. Now, the Board of Education can choose to make this town a town of people that sleep over before they get a family, and then they leave and they move to the suburbs. Like most of the people that I know, I'm committed to this town. I like the restaurants here. I like the community here. I like my kids growing with other kids of different ages. I don't want to go to the burbs like I see my nephews. I only know kids their age. Here we have a community like I grew up back home. We have kids of all ages together. Parents, it's safe. We can go to the restaurants with our kids, have a drink, while aisles, no one frowns on me when my kids are making noise. To that I add that we have a school with a wonderful education platform. My daughter's learning science, social studies, math. They're taking exams in English when they only do it in Spanish, and they're excelling anyways. And that's very, very important to us. So please, allow the expansion to happen, and if not, just tell us right away. I can follow all my friends. My wife right now was calling yesterday, already calling realtors. because she's so scared that we won't have an expansion. There's no path for my child from a 6th grade in Ola to another school here in town. It is ludicrous to think that. It does not exist. Now, my daughter can go from 8th grade to a high school. That can happen, and I can live with that. Don't make me leave town. Thank you.
Please, let's call the names.
Jen Sargent.
I'm very emotional too, mainly because there's just so many parents.
we can't hear you. Can you lift
Sorry,
the mic?
Jen Sargent, 518 Grand Street, sorry. This is incredibly emotional for me because this is a very bittersweet anniversary. This is 5 years to the month, probably to the day that we were here to fight for our school's existence in the first place. And guess what? 5 years ago, we were fighting for it to be in the Hoboken Public Schools. I think all of us believe very strongly in public education. And the rationale, many of the founders are here tonight, the rationale for wanting to bring it to the public schools was that we wanted the greatest access for the most students, for it to be as flexible as possible, to have the economies of scale that you can get when you combine forces, and to bring all of these dynamic parents together into the district when they were not looking at district schools at that time. We proposed what we considered to be an ideal model of education for the 21st century. And when the idea was rejected by the board, the parental demand was strong. The parents weren't going anywhere, so we decided to go the charter route. After a rigorous application process, we won our charter in 2009, opened our doors in 2010. There was much talk at the time of the imminent demise of the Hoboken Public Schools with yet another charter in town. And 5 years later, it's simply not true. That is not how it played out. We have coexisted very happily with the public schools and have a terrific relationship with the other charters. There doesn't have to be competition. There doesn't have to be negativity. There can be collaboration. There can be economies of scale if we work together. And we find ourselves here again, 5 years later, fighting for our existence. I think that there are many, many misconceptions and errors in the letter that was proposed originally. But I think to say that taking time to do a study is not is not in opposition to our renewal is semantics. Ending our school, closing the doors to take some time would in effect end our charter. So you need to really strongly reconsider that, and if that is not what you think you'd be signing on to do with that letter, you need to really, I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation with the superintendent if he's now going to give us that opportunity, but that is not something that's just going to go away by saying that we're going to take some time to think about it. Not only has OLA's existence not had a detrimental impact on the district to date, the district states that the schools have in fact been improving throughout our rollout. So there's no reason to expect that our continued existence or our expansion would have any negative impact going forward. OLA is truly a unique option among the many educational offerings that make Hoboken a desirable place for families and that helps to retain them. Our parents choose OLA because they value bilingualism and the experiential approach to the classroom that our school offers. Our continued existence and expansion are not mutually exclusive with the board's efforts to further develop the district's middle school program. And there are many, many opportunities for collaboration and mutual benefit that I am eager to explore together with the district and with the other charters. A couple other important corrections to Dr. Toback's letter. We are already approved up to 6th grade. We're simply asking, contingent on our renewal, and we're simply asking for 7th and 8th grade, and this would be a rollout year by year as we have done since the beginning of the school, not 6th, 7th, and 8th added in next year, and not pulling students from within the district, but allowing our oldest grades to grow with the program as they have done to date. We would continue the new students being added would be coming in the kindergarten level as they do now, when there is, as you pointed out before, immense demand throughout the district and waiting lists district-wide.
1 minute.
Also, Dr. Chobek had stated in the letter that OLA intends to do away with our immersion program for middle school, which is just untrue. In fact, the entire basis for our expansion request is to allow for the continuation of the immersion education of our existing students through 8th grade, so they can reap the maximum benefit from their chosen model of education. This is in response to both parental demand, as you can see, and best practices for immersion programs. The fact is, you get the maximum benefit the longer you stay in an immersion program. There's no reason to end it in 6th grade when you continue for 2 more years and move on to high school, and ideally a high school that has a really strong language program, which is something I would love to talk to the Board of Education about as you are working to develop the high school. And I know you have been working very hard over the past few years to develop the high school further. Our parents are counting on OLA's continuation as a program for years to come and on our expansion to 8th grade. Our renewal and expansion will have an enormous and immediate impact on our 254 current students, as well as all of those who are looking forward to entering OLA in future years. However, whether or not the renewal and expansion are approved will have a negligible impact on the district at best, and ultimately a positive one if we can find ways to work together to create better efficiencies and opportunities for collaboration. 5 years ago, this was all theoretical. 5 years ago, we were talking about what kind of demand there is and would parents be interested and would it work, would it impact the district. We have 5 years of experience under our belt, and now it's real. We have hundreds of families that stand to benefit from the continuation of OLA and the expansion of OLA, and those same hundreds of families who will be seriously disappointed and whose children's education will be impacted immediately by any decisions to end our program or to curtail it at 6th grade. So please rethink your opposition to our expansion, and I really look forward to talking further about other opportunities. Thank you.
Please.
You ready?
Ready.
Barbara Martinez, 1125 Maxwell. I have a 4th grader and a 1st grader at OLA. I'm a founder. And you saw that standing ovation for Jen Sargent. We all would not be here if not for her, and so I am so grateful for everything she does. I just want to say to you, I'm a board member, just like your board members. I think we probably have so much more in common than we have at odds with each other. I'm at board meetings late at night. I know you're at board meetings late at night. We make difficult decisions around hiring and our finances and facilities. You make difficult decisions around those issues as well. We all do this for the same reason. We care about kids, and we care about schools. And I think that we all probably believe the same things about kids and schools, which is that all of them should be in a place where they are happy, where they are learning, where they are getting rigorous instruction, and a place that is joyful. And I'm glad to hear that we may be talking more and outside of a place like this where we can have really productive conversation, and I'm really happy about that. I also want to tell you a little bit about my day job. I work for Uncommon Schools, which is a network of 38 charter schools. We're high-performing charter schools. Our population is 80% free and reduced lunch and 99% Black and Latino. And these kids go to college at rates that quadruple the normal rates for low-income kids. I don't know how many of you have been to any of the Uncommon schools or the KIPP schools or any schools around the country, schools just a few miles from here that are knocking it out of the park. We get kids in 5th grade who are several grade levels behind, and we catch them up, and by 8th grade, they are mastering, 100% of them, including the special ed kids, are acing the high school algebra exam. So it is doable. Before that, I was a reporter for the Wall Street Journal for 20 years. I wrote about education. I was in great schools. I was in not so great schools. The kids aren't different. The adults and the systems are a little bit different. And what I want to tell you is that no school that is effective, no district that has been effective at educating kids really well has done so by attacking another school. If that is the way in which you think your schools are going to get better, it just hasn't happened. There's no evidence that it has happened. There is evidence, however, just a couple miles from here. If you haven't seen those schools, I'm happy to take you. I'm happy to be a resource to you, as I have been for board members and superintendents and principals of other schools and districts, to bring people into schools that work really well, schools with the most challenging kids, which I know is a concern of yours. If you're not going to those other schools to see what they're doing, what are the things that work, then I'm not sure that you're doing your jobs. At OLA, our teachers have gone to visit these schools, our principal has gone to visit these schools, our board members have gone to visit these schools. We want to go to schools that work to see what are they doing that works. Because attacking another school doesn't work. And so I look forward to talking to you more about this. I'm happy to take any of you anytime to any of our schools. I think you would learn a lot, and I certainly have learned a lot in being in those schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simone Crespi.
Simone Crespi, 901 Madison Street. First off, I want to thank everyone in this room. I realize a BOE position is a tough one. Involves a lot of time, paperwork, and it can be kind of thankless. When you do a good job, no one knows who you are, and when things go awry, suddenly everyone knows your name, and not in the cheers kind of good way. So thank you for your good work. It's true. And in spite of this, at least two of you sitting in front of us just recently not only volunteered to do it again, but also actively ran for the position. So thank you for your commitment. I've also noticed that there have been good advances in the public schools, and it's always good to see. And I thank you, Dr. Toback, for reconsidering your position on your letter. It's very encouraging to see such flexibility to work with parents. Thank you. It's deeply appreciated. Yeah, suddenly Googling Dr. Toback seemed popular, I'm sure, in the last week, so I'm sorry. Thank you. Having said that, I also hope that as you withdraw the letter and reconsider it, that you reconsider some of the points. I jotted down some notes, so I'm hoping the board and Dr. Toback, you can reconsider some of these points. First is, I'm very thankful that you've reconsidered coupling the expansion with a study. I think most of us recognize that when a study is commissioned for any particular purpose, it's essentially a political death knell. I'm hoping that this isn't the case and that we can move forward collectively. I think Dr. Toback mentioned that charter schools are often assumed to be innovative, but in fact are not. And I would like to once again remind everyone in this room, the members of the BOE, that OLA is a very unique program with dual language, absolute immersion from the moment the children pass the threshold in the morning. Buenos dias, estudiantes. The homework is in Spanish. Students are really learning through an innovative program that can really benefit the students, the community, and is really wonderful. So if you will please keep that in mind as you reconsider OLA's expansion, that it really is unique and different. In terms of the curriculum being pointed out to be similar, the statement was, the differences between our public and charter schools are not as great as many believe. I'd once again like to point out that having an entire day in Spanish is vastly different than having an entire day in English. Seems obvious, but it's not. I mean, it's a different thinking pattern. It's a different exercise of the child's brain. And quite frankly, it's an exercise for the parents as well, and it's much appreciated. I'd also like to point out something that's probably a little bit more of a sore point, which is the governance between a charter school and traditional public schools is different. And quite frankly, a recent experience in the public school in the pre-K program, the fact that we couldn't get some 4-year-olds on a field trip is really uncomfortable as a parent. And to say that somehow the governance doesn't matter is really glossing over what's really important to children, which is being able to have access to innovative programs, trips, experiences. These are important to children and families, and these do represent tremendous differences between public and charter schools outside of simply the name of the curriculum. I'd also like to take issue with the assessment of school success based on peer rankings. When looking at state groupings of schools, OLA performs quite well. I'll leave the numbers to Jen and I think an earlier speaker. Peer rankings, as they're stated in the letter, quite frankly come off as a ranking of different kinds of failure, and it's not really the benchmark that I think a lot of our families expect. So I really, really urge you to reconsider that argument. In terms of funding, stating that the board and the public schools lose funding by OLA, I think has been addressed by other speakers. That's not true. Students do have funding when they move to OLA, but as has been stated by prior speakers, the district still keeps 10% of that funding, so it's really not quite a full zero-sum game as stated in the letter. No-win politics. I agree, fully agree, that this is a no-win situation. Sorry. At least we know Apple works. I'll skip. Can I skip a little bit? It's not good to actively oppose the charter school. It's hurtful. It really is hurtful. We're part of the community too. We grow up here. And I would like you to really deeply consider what you expect of our children as they reach 7th grade. What kind of facilities await for them? Okay. Where are you going to put them? What kind of academic curriculum?
It's only fair that we
I'm
have
sorry.
5 minutes. Thank
My
you
son
very
says,
much.
please don't do that. I'll add a please.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that Bob Crespi?
I'm Simone Crespi. Next speaker is Bob Crespi.
I'll be quick. Bob Crespi, also 901 Madison. I've been to 2 school board meetings in my life. First one, I was 17 years old. My dad spoke eloquently. I'm not sure I can speak as eloquently as my dad can. But I think we're here tonight because we believe in our school. And I think everyone in this room, regardless of what you want, wants the best for the kids in Hoboken, regardless of what program you're in or what school you happen to be a part of. I don't have fancy prepared remarks. I read the letter. There's a lot of things in the letter that I was very disappointed with, in that they're either just factually not true or, per Dr. Tobak's point, made political something that really shouldn't have been political. When you put an appendix campaign literature that's intended to oppose a certain party that's on the board, you're automatically politicizing something, and that was very frustrating to me. And you're also presupposing then a decision based on the way that was written that I also found disappointing. And I'm hoping going forward that we do work together because, as I said, everyone wants the best for our kids. Everyone has funding issues. There's no question the traditional public school system has funding issues. There's no question OLA has funding issues. And pitting us against each other is not beneficial. What I'm concerned about is we all say our piece tonight and we all go our separate ways, and 2 weeks from now it's back on the agenda and it moves forward. And what I'd like to hear is a commitment that instead of doing an end around the people in this room, that we actually follow up on our actions, that there's something written by Dr. Tobak that captures what was promised to us this evening and is communicated out to the community as well, and that there is follow-up and involvement as opposed to an end around that leaves us all bitter and back to square one where we're fighting at each other. I hope I saved us a couple minutes. Thank you.
Stop
possible?
Can he say the second person who filed?
Actually, Mr. Moff, can you say the second person so
So that
they'll
they know
get,
that they can
they'll
get
be
ready
able
to
to
know?
prepare?
Like follow, Sabrina followed by, and then that person knows that they're getting ready to come up?
Followed by Nicola Sherman.
Okay, good.
Is your mic on? We can't. Nicola.
All right, so who's the next one then?
Who will the next one be?
Teresa Dale.
Okay, you'll be next after. Thank you.
Passing next name.
Just where that person's kind of getting ready.
Don't worry, Sabrina, your timer's not on.
Alessio Orlando.
I'm right here.
Okay, please.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Stoffel. I live at 340 Garden Street. I prepared a bunch of things to say, and a lot of the people before me said them, so I don't think that I really need to repeat them. So I was sort of furiously back there taking some notes, like what could I say to add to help everybody understand what the perspective of many of the OLA parents are. First of all, you obviously, by the number of people here, we feel like our very life is being threatened. I mean, there's nothing more important than your children. You will walk on water for them. So if you're saying, on page 2, and not to approve their renewal until an extensive study can be completed. I heard you say that you are taking that back, but that's why the people are here, because they're freaking out. And the Hoboken charter people and the Elysian people are freaking out too, because if you can dismantle OLA, well then they're next. And so it's the whole city that's freaking out when you're talking about dismantling a school. Is freaking out like not good terminology? Because really, I'm so mad that there's like a flurry of curse words that I really want to be coming out. So I feel like I'm being really good right now. And I have friends in every single school. And every day I talk to them and see them in every single school. I mean, I live in between 4 schools. So I'm telling you, when I tell you I'm seeing people every single day, I'm telling you the truth. I'm seeing these people every single day. So we do peacefully coexist, and we love each other, and we do things for each other, like show up to Board of Ed meetings when our life is being threatened. And so when these inflammatory things are written, whether it's by Dr. Toback or by any of the board members, that is the thing that you refer to when you say that you're pitting, that residents are being pit against each other. That is what this document did, because yesterday it was all good. Really? And then today, one of my Wallace friends said, "You're stealing my kids' money. They're not going to go to 7th grade. Everything's going to be bad. No false science kits for them." I'm like, because Ola wants to go to 7th grade. And I'm like, let's look at the real information. Let's look at the real money, and let's talk about where this information is coming from. Charter schools, you wrote in here that the assumption that charter schools provide a better education. I don't think this is, it doesn't make any sense. It's not true. It's not in Hoboken. What is true is that there are different kinds of education. There are different kinds of children. Certain children thrive in OLA, and some don't, and some have left. And that's okay, because everything isn't great there's no one size fits all. And so I actually know several people that have one kid in Ola and a kid in public school. Someone has a kid in Ola and a kid in a private school. Because for that kid, Ola wasn't the best choice. Choice. Strangling the charter schools is not going to help to improve the junior high and the senior high school. We did a survey last year, and the results of the survey were that the Hoboken Public Schools for the 7th and 8th grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, because that's what it was about, was the last choice of where people would send their children. Not because it's a bad school, because it's not the education that they're looking for their child. So this is not about a better or worse. Time's up. Okay, so in conclusion, I would say support the children. This is about the children. This isn't, I know this really is about the money though. I do know it's really about the money. That's the real reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim O'Brien is second.
Okay, sir, say your name and where you live.
Alessio Orlando, 1100 Clinton Street.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm an Ola third grade student. And speaking from my opinion, Ola is the best school in town. So I want to see how many kids from Ola are here to support their school. Every kid from Ola here, raise your hand. Look how many. Look how many kids from Ola came here to support their school. That's how much they care about their education. So, please change your opinion about
Did a great
not
job.
allowing Ola to expand and help give this town a better education. Thank you.
Adam Connors is next.
I'm Jim O'Brien, 626 Jeff. And Alessio, man, I didn't want to follow you.
Yeah, tough act to follow.
Mr. President and the team, congratulations on your re-election. I put together some thoughts to a letter that I sent to Trenton some time ago, and just would share some of the ideas. I'm a supporter generally of the majority alliance on the Hoboken Board of Ed. I'm also an Ola dad, and as a career public school teacher and firm advocate in public education, and not historically a big advocate for charter school movements. It was with some pang of conscience that my wife and I entered Luke's name into the lottery a few years ago. And the selection we made was based on the uniqueness of the school. It wasn't just a charter school. We weren't running from a public school system. We love Hoboken, and honestly, we probably would still be here if we were in one of the mainstream public schools. However, the experience of Luke has been amazing over 3 years, and hopefully his brother Jake will follow, and have the same benefit when he starts kindergarten next year. It's a unique school in our town, and we've heard that there was an opportunity perhaps for it to have a niche within the public school system, the mainstream public school. And the charter status is based on the dismissal of that idea some years ago. And this opportunity is special in town, in the area. And it's unique among charter schools. We chose Ola because of its unique Spanish immersion aspect and the unique multicultural benefits that a bilingual program could bring. It's not at odds with mainstream public school missions. I don't look at it as being pitted against each other. I think that we're lucky to have found such a great setting for our boys' schooling, and it's one of the major reasons we're looking to set our roots firmly into Hoboken for years to come. So I ask that you not actively move, and I appreciate the superintendent's consideration and respect for our voice in tabling this for now, and hopefully getting involved in a dialogue. And I think to obstruct the growth of our community would be a blow to our kids and also a knock at the future of our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next individual is John Buchanan. Here.
Quick question before, can you hear me?
Name, please.
Yeah, it's Adam Connors from 11th and Willow. I got a quick question before I go into my points. What impact is tonight going to have? Because I don't want to waste anyone's time if the questions are, my...
Sir, this is public comment. It's so...
So it really doesn't carry anything?
Well, I mean, it doesn't, it's comment, so you make...
I mean, we're listening for 4.5 hours.
No, I understand, but my question, and please pardon my ignorance, I'm just not sure, I just don't know the flow of the system, how this works, if you're the people that are the decision makers.
Well, it's not an agenda item anymore.
They will come back and they will oppose our expansion to 7th and 8th grade, so we need to tell them that
Okay.
we don't care for that decision.
Okay, I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I don't want to be redundant and go over a lot of the same things. There have been some really good points here. Now, let me start this. There have been some really good points brought up. There's clearly care and love and passion for this school. God, I don't even know where to begin. I first want to just lay out a couple of questions for my own, just to clarify for my own ignorance. Is this just about money? And I don't know the answer to that. I know that's, what it seems to be. But I would love some clarification about that, because I think all the other intangibles I think are there. So the only thing that I can think about is money, and if it is about money, I think that this study really needs to uncover some of the other, the real numbers behind things. These kinds of schools attract good people. It's schools that really are the foundation of a community, and that's what attracts people to Hoboken. You attract good people to Hoboken that make more money, that adds, brings more commerce to the business, which brings more money, which again, it all comes back to money. But anyways, so this school is, other questions. How much is the money? How much is the program that the study going to cost? But anyways, there are a lot of sorry. There are a ton of highlights that I have. I'm just trying to. There are a lot of them been covered, but this school brings community, and not only does the quantified test results, the things that aren't quantified, I think are extremely valuable. Some of the things that we're talking about in terms of community, the families that are here. The other things are the cultural aspect. I own a business that it's an executive search business, and it's helping to get people jobs. It's another business that I own, and a lot of the people that are coming out of schools these days, they don't have they have no culture. They don't understand other cultures, and they're disconnected. They might be really strong from an academic standpoint, but they're missing a lot of the softer skills. And from what I'm seeing from the school, these kids, it's not just done by age. You know, these kids, they don't just know kindergartners, they don't just know first graders, they know fourth graders, they know everybody, they all know each other, and they're all very supportive of each other, and I think that's really valuable. So the friend factor, the cultural factor, to me, the academic piece is just a plus. Smart kids will learn wherever they go. But this pulls in some of the other things, and the other intangibles are valued at the school, and I think that's important. And I think it also brings, getting back to the money, what's keeping people here, at least a lot of the people in this room, I think the majority of the people are staying here for this school. I know that's, for myself, I own 2 businesses in this town, I employ people in this town, we own multiple units in this town. I love Hoboken so much, we actually trademarked Hoboken as the 6th borough. In the spirit of candor, if Hoboken's not here, neither are we. And so I really hope that this meeting has some kind of impact, and I really hope that it's considered, and that this is actually, instead of an opportunity to potentially shave off the budget, that now this uncovers more of these positives, and we have an opportunity to move forward and expand OLA, and maybe open up more OLAs. So I don't want to take up any more time. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate if this meeting does mean something. I really hope that you're able to sit back and really just digest everything that's going on this evening. So thank you very much, and thank you to all the parents that are here too.
John DeChanna here. Moving on, Mark Petroselli. After him will be a Matt Kirk. Matt Kirk is here.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Mark Petrocelli, 1240 Park Avenue. I'm just going to share a few thoughts as a parent, as a taxpayer, as a Hoboken resident, and as a former ESL teacher. I'm proud to say that my wife and I have been residents of Hoboken for 21 years, and we love this community. I have no intentions of going anywhere, or at least I prefer not to. We have 2 children who go to OLA, both attending since the inaugural year of the school. And I'd like to tell the board how pleased we are with the progress that we see. They are thriving in school. They enjoy learning, which is not something everyone sees, perhaps. The level of parental involvement in the school in all aspects is tremendous, as you can see by all the people here tonight. And I'd just like to drive home that what we see at OLA should be a model for this community. It's the kind of success story that I would imagine a Board of Education would want to embrace, maybe replicate, at least promote in some way. I'd also like to say we're happy with the model. We're glad it's bilingual, it's Spanish, but the benefits of the education they're getting at OLA doesn't just have to do with learning Spanish as well as English. Whether they were learning another language, I think it would be the same benefit. What we see in the values it instills in them, opening their minds, I think academically as well, making their minds even more absorbent, is another plus to the school. So I just want to share a few personal thoughts, not really the nuts and bolts, the hardcore issues like money, like space in town. That's your job, pretty much, to figure that out. But I do want to comment on a few on these just briefly, specifically in some things that were mentioned in this letter. As far as money, I understand the breakdown of where our taxes go. I'd like to point out that no one in this room, as far as I know, pays less taxes because our kids go to a charter school. As a matter of fact, these parents work extra hard to make up for the financial deficit. Fundraisers, everyone works very diligently to bring money into the school to fill the gap because it's worth it. And as I'm sure you know, as well as the parents know, it's a lot of work, and people have jobs, people have other things to take care of, but because of what we see, the end result, it's worth it to us, and I think that's something that you should take note of. I also want to comment on something I saw and things I've heard in town regarding demographics. I'd like to point out that enrollment at OLA is by lottery system, which is completely unbiased. Lottery just as any other charter school. I'd like to point out that in my personal experience from spending a lot of time in the school, the classrooms are incredibly diverse in the student makeup. And beyond that, OLA, just by the nature of what it is a school that celebrates inclusion and diversity. You have not only do we have families from all kinds of different backgrounds, whether it's economic, whether it's cultural, linguistic, we have people who are coming together and celebrating that inclusion, not just by studying a different language, but I can tell you from my children's personal experience, from being around people who look different, who have a different accent, who speak a different language, without a doubt, it opens their mind. We are fortunate to have the ability to travel internationally, and they are amazed when they go to other cultures, other countries, and they see it as something that is a bonus for them to absorb rather than something to fear.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Getting right down to it, in the business world, everyone knows about best practices. What you have here at OLA is a model of best practices. This is something that you should embrace, not try to push away. In a movie everyone knows, there's that line, "Build it and they will come." There is nothing more that I would like than to continue to live here in Hoboken. I would love to send my kids to to public school in Hoboken, but no one's going to send their kids there until you build it, until you fix it. I would love to stay here. I think everyone here loves this community equally. So, in closing, I would urge you to take away the successes from OLA. This is a great success story. By closing an opportunity, it's not going to benefit our children, it's not going to benefit the community, it's not going to benefit Hoboken. So I urge you to look at this quite carefully. Thank you.
Just wait 1 second. What do you need?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, please.
Matthew Kirk, 212th Street. Thank you for your time and your service here and letting us speak. Tell you my OLA story. We're going back 5 years. My wife, Bridget, Maxwell, and Chase, our two boys, are in Montclair, Ridgewood, Westfield, trying to find our new home because we're looking for a better school. And we really struggled when we were putting bids on the house, and thankfully nothing came through. And we come back to Hoboken, and we hear about OLA, and we hear about all the different charters, and we throw our hat into everyone, and OLA is the only one that would take us, right? And I had a ton of questions about OLA, right? I wasn't really in tune with what they were trying to accomplish, but I said, let's just take this risk. And Bridget and I said, let's put Max into kindergarten, and we'll give it a shot. What a great payoff. It's been spectacular for him. Chase followed a year later. They're in grades 3 and 2, third grade and second grade. And we move forward to today, and we've added 2 more kids. Shane, 4, is teed up to go to kindergarten next year, and Madeline 2 years after that. We want to stay. It's really important. They have really done wonderful things here. Our kids have cherished the program. We've given them a gift, right, of a second language that is so rare in the United States. That we really need to think about that and cherish that. So I really would recommend we rethink about the expansion. I want to stay in Hoboken. I love this school. And the last piece of advice I'd say is let's cherish what we have and embrace what we have. We have the formula. We have wonderful parents, wonderful students, and great kids. I mean, there are towns in this state and this nation that would die for that, and we're talking about trying to take that away. It doesn't make sense. You can be part of this. You can help embrace this. I ask you to support OLA. Thank you.
David Mello, 700 First Street.
I can start.
What do you?
Thank you.
We're just trying to her follow.
I just need to charge. Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Okay. I came here tonight as, not as a city councilman, but more as a parent of a charter school student and as a teacher during the day in a very at-risk school district in the South Bronx, school in the South Bronx. And, during the day, we as teachers are often pushed to make our kids think more critically and do a lot of inferencing and gleaning of ideas from things that are said. And I think there's been a lot of inferences that have been made across this community that have sort of amounted to some miscommunications. And I think it's come in all directions and from all four corners of our community when it comes to this issue. A lot has been said tonight about that things have become political. Well, as the son of a man who was an assistant superintendent for close to 2 decades, I asked my dad once, why did you never aspire to be a superintendent? I was used to him always getting a promotion. He said, well, that's because that's when the job becomes very political. So it's an important thing when we put out anything to the community that we make sure we're communicating properly what we need to say. Some of the misconceptions on both sides. I think the people that are concerned about the expansion of this school are at least putting out there that they're making some misjudgments. One is that parents who are suddenly not able to send their kids to a charter school anymore are going to necessarily enroll their kids in the public schools. Whether it's right or wrong, I just don't think that's the case. I think a lot of the parents that have gotten used to the charter schools, like I have, they want to see their children go through that charter up until the 8th grade. Middle school is a very tough time to suddenly inject your child into a different school system. I teach 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. I can't imagine a rougher time to suddenly make that transition. Another misconception. Another misconception is I don't think it's fully appreciated that what the charter schools have done to retain families. Again, whether it's right or wrong that it does it and the reasons it does retain families. As a city councilman in this town, that has been one of my primary concerns, is making sure we retain some of our families. We're always going to be a very young community, but we need to have more families sticking around here that have started to root themselves here and stay here for the long haul. And I appreciate greatly how much the charter schools have done that. Again, it might not be for the right reasons, but it is a reality of what happens. Now, the other direction, the misconceptions I think have been coming, where people have talked about, well, the concerns are for money. Well, money is a concern. Money is a concern for the school districts. And the fact is, when we have charter schools, it does retain more students, and retaining more students in our public schools, whether they be charter or the traditional public schools, necessarily adds to the budget. If it doesn't add to the budget, it's going to decrease the services to our kids in one corner or the other. So I think we also have to be careful to look at our neighbors. We have a very active blogosphere in our community, and say, take it easy on the members of this school board, and not crucify them if the budget goes up when we're increasing our charter school enrollment. It's a good thing when we increase the number of students who stay here, the number of families that root themselves here. But a necessary backlash of that is that we're going to have to either increase our school budgets, or we're going to have to decrease our services. I don't think anybody wants to decrease our services. So as this debate goes on, and I'm glad it's going to go on, I'm glad we're going to try to open up that communication and make it better. I just want everybody to consider that, yes, there is a tremendous amount of good things that will come from this school going up to the 8th grade. I do think it would be a very harsh time to take a child and suddenly insert them into a different school district. But at the same time, we can't turn around and allow our neighbors to look at the members of this Board of Education and say, what is the cost per pupil? The fact is, when you have more at-risk kids, I teach nothing but at-risk kids. When you have more at-risk kids, it is justice to spend more on those kids. Not the same amount, but more. So when our neighbors start pointing out the cost per pupil in our traditional public school district, that is unfair. because it is the just thing to do to spend more money on a child who is
Half a
coming
minute.
from a low-income situation and a situation where the household education isn't as high as ours might be on average, and it deserves better funding. So I hope that from this day forward, we're going to have better communication with this. I do support the school being extended to the 8th grade, primarily for the reason that I think it'll be just such a harsh and jolting adjustment for our kids to go into the 8th grade. I hope we'll work together as the various school systems so that we can get our kids to know each other and maybe want to all go to Hoboken High School together when they hit 9th grade.
Thank you, Dave.
George Duke here? George Duke, no? How about an Emily Barone?
Okay.
He's gotten, he's next.
Okay, please.
Brian Murray, 701 Monroe Street. I am going to scrap my prepared remarks for one basic reason, that all of you came here to tell everybody how you feel. And the fact of the matter is, it simply won't matter. They're lying to you. Everyone up there that's in the majority is going to lie to you, and they're going to do what they want to do anyway. My kids go to Wallace School. So today, I received an email from the PTO president encouraging all of the parents to come down here and support the Board of Ed in this letter that Dr. Toback supposedly wrote, saying that there should be a room full of parents here that kind of counteract the parents that are here right now, the OLA parents. So don't think that what you have to say, they've already made up their minds. It was nice for Mr. Mello to come up here and support the charter school. If you noticed on the placard last Tuesday, his name was on one side and their name was on the other. Yes, he might support that, but he also talked about increasing taxes because he knows that they don't have a plan to run more efficiently like you all do. You run on a third of the budget that they do. They just don't have a plan. So their plan is to scapegoat you and try to close your school so that they have a little bit more money to work with. The fact of the matter is, it's not really that much more money. If you took your 300 kids and about the $10,000 a piece that they take, it's about $3 million. Well, they blew through $1.5 million surplus last year like that. So your $3 million isn't going to make a drop in their ocean of increasing financial woes that they have because of mismanagement. It's all about their mismanagement and lack of plan. But I digress. This letter that Dr. Toback supposedly wrote, I don't think it's very representative of the superintendent. It has lapses in logic, it has supposition, it has political flyers, it has downright lies. It would be more fitting of maybe a Ms. Sobolov or a Mr. Gold or a Ms. McAllister or Mr. Klupfel to write this based on my interactions with what they spew as the truth. I mean, that's it. One hopes that this letter doesn't follow Mr. Toback to the next community that he's in, so that they understand a little bit about what that's all about. The fact of the matter is that this letter screams of the board saying we can't plan, we can't budget, so let's scapegoat OLA. Make no mistake, they are lying. They want the dollars on your kid's head. They don't care about your kid's education. If they did, they would have either let you in 5 years ago or they would let you be today and let you expand. They want your money. That's all they want is your money. Thank you.
Dina Meridian, 2 Constitution Court. I just want to thank everybody tonight for listening and sitting here for 3+ hours to hear what we have to say. And I'd like to ask you to consider supporting OLA's request for renewal and expansion to 8th grade. My son Jack is in first grade at Ola, and I believe that Ola is a unique opportunity for our kids to become bilingual, which I think is becoming more and more important. I don't think that anybody can argue that the ability to speak another language, specifically Spanish, in this day and age is becoming increasingly important, especially as our kids grow older and get jobs and move on in their lives. I spent my high school and college years taking Spanish, and I studied abroad for a semester in Spain, and I cannot speak it fluently. Being immersed in a language at this age is really the best way to become bilingual. Ola is one of the only dual immersion schools of its kind in the Northeast, and I, as a parent, feel very fortunate and proud that it's located in Hoboken. Sending our son to a dual language immersion school was not an easy decision, and I did a lot of research on my own about dual language immersion programs. Bilingualism is not the only benefit, as dual immersion also enhances cognitive development, fosters multiculturalism, increases problem-solving ability, and more. Our final decision to send our son to Ola was really a long-term commitment to this unique educational environment, which I believe is a sentiment shared among many of the parents at Ola. Additionally, I was very happy to see that Ola's NJ Ask scores this year were very good, outperforming the state and our district comparison group, proving to me that the students are flourishing in this program. I ask that you consider supporting Ola's renewal and expansion because it would be devastating to our kids and to the parents who have already laid this bilingual foundation to not be able to continue in the program. Having spent all this time in a dual immersion program and worked hard at this, and then not have the ability to continue that education through to the 8th grade would be devastating, I believe, to our children and our community. If Ola was not an option for middle school, then I would have to reevaluate our educational options, especially having spent so much time in the program. Because as I said before, the decision to send Jack to Ola was a long-term educational decision and not necessarily a public school issue. Sorry, I'm just reading from my phone. Again, I just thank you. I want to reiterate a lot of the comments that were said before, and I really urge you to listen and hear what everyone has said here tonight and really take it into consideration. And as our representatives, to take that into consideration and reevaluate your stance on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is, looks like Anthony Oland. Here, Anthony Oland, okay, you're next.
Well, you're on deck, Anthony.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. My name is Jocelyn Ramos. I live at 882, sorry, I'm a little nervous, Summit Avenue. I don't actually live in Hoboken, but I wrote something here explaining how I ended up here, which I think a lot of people here can relate to. I grew up in the public school system. I happen to have very fond memories of my school, my teachers, my friends. Sorry. Some of whom I am very close to today. Public school worked for me. I like to think that I turned out okay. However, when it comes to my own children, my experiences have been different. And again, this is personally what my experience has been. A lot has changed since I went to school, and what worked for me, what worked for a lot of us here when we were kids, it's not enough these days. I have a 16-year-old who is a junior in public high school, and I can tell you that I have struggled to make sure that Caleb does well in school. I cannot begin to tell you how challenging it has been for me.
Take your time.
Not because he's a bad kid, he's actually a really amazing kid, but because not all children learn the same. And for some reason, public schools, they don't like to hear that. They just like to think that everyone's cookie cut and everything's the same and it works, and it doesn't. And in my experience with Caleb, it wasn't working. And I had a lot of really legitimate concerns, and no one was listening. I felt like no one was listening to me. And fortunately, my son today, he's doing extremely well. He's actually turning into a remarkable young man, and it's because I didn't stop fighting for him. Had I not stood my ground and fought, I am not sure that Caleb would have made it this far. When Caleb's brother, Gabriel, was in first grade, I noticed the same pattern again. And I said, I'm not doing this again. I don't want to make that same mistake. And so I started to look into alternatives. When I found Ola, I jumped at the chance to get Gabriel enrolled because I believed in the model and everything it stands for. I felt like this was a perfect fit for my kids. And as soon as Olivia was old enough, she joined her brother. Today, Gabriel is in the 5th grade. Olivia is in the 1st grade. My kids are thriving. They're happy. They love their school. They love their friends. They love their teachers. They have nothing but amazing things to say. And I wouldn't change that for the world. The Ola teachers, these parents, we're like a family. And I know that if I need anything, if my kids need anything, these people will listen to me. They will help me, and I like that I can count on them. I really wish I would have had this opportunity for my older son, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that. I'm not here to criticize the public school system. All I'm saying is that for me, it didn't work. And as a single mother, my purpose, I feel, is to make sure that my kids have access to a good education. I want them to have choices when they grow up. And that's very important. I don't want them to be limited. And I feel that when you get a good education, you can do anything. You really can. And that's important for me. I believe wholeheartedly that Ola will prepare them for that path to success. I am here because I support Ola. And I know that it is the right choice for me and for my kids. And I don't think anyone has the right to take that away from me, not from anyone. And you guys are so lucky. The town I come from, we don't have choices. It's either public school or nothing. And I came to Hoboken because you have so many choices. And I think that's awesome. You guys should embrace that and you should work together. I don't understand why that can't be done. If I could afford it, I would probably live here. But it's a little bit too high for a single mom. I mean, 1 minute. Hopefully someday. But I love this town. I've made some really amazing friends. I hang out here with friends and family on the weekends. And again, you guys have a very unique system, and I think it's wonderful. And it's heartbreaking to see how everyone's pitted against each other. It shouldn't be that way. In the end, it's all about them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sister Ola, could you just state your address for the record?
1035 Garden Street. Hi, Anthony Oland. I'm here tonight to speak on an agenda item to add Jennifer Fay to the Early Childhood Advisory Council. I don't know Ms. Fay personally, but as a member of the Early Childhood Advisory Council, I've been asked to vote on her joining our ranks. I think it's critical that we get parents involved in opportunities like the Early Childhood Advisory Council. I think community involvement is critical. You obviously see it here. I'm the longest tenured member, so we've had a lot of turnover on Early Childhood Advisory. A year and a half ago, I'm sorry, sweetheart. That wasn't on TV, right? And he beats children. A year and a half ago, I stood up on behalf of Jennifer Evans and asked you to vote her onto the Early Childhood Advisory Council. That was a huge success. Obviously, we're going to lose her now. She's now become a member of the Board of Ed, which I think is great. I've known Jennifer for a while, and I think she was not only an impressive candidate, but I think she'll be really impactful up there. I think it says a lot that she's the first non-incumbent to get more votes than the two incumbents on her ticket, but I congratulate Irene and Leon on their continued tenure. Kids First talks a lot about continuity and being given the opportunity for continuity in order to be successful. We've heard that a lot tonight. About continuity, about not just giving us the chance to send our children. I should point out also that I'm an Ola dad, and I think it's critical that my daughter get the opportunity for continuity through 7th and 8th grade. She's fluent in Spanish, floors me every time I hear her talk to her friends in Spanish. She won't talk it to me because I don't speak it very well. But I'm always mystified at how well she's doing in that school, and I think it's great that so many parents have come out. When I joined HECAC in the Early Childhood Advisory Council in 2007, it was because my daughter was a 3-year-old going into pre-K3. And I guess like a lot of us here, and I'm a supposition, I finally got involved because it mattered. As somebody who's lived here since the 80s, I remember when Tom Klufel and some other parents started the charter schools in town. There was a lot of dialogue about that, and I went off to the bars and drank with my buddies because I didn't have a kid and it didn't matter to me. Now it matters. So I show up to board meetings, I get involved, and I open my mouth far too often, I'm sure most of you think. And a lot of that has come out in my opinion. I was here when a comparable letter was being proposed opposing the Da Vinci Charter School. I realized the state didn't give Da Vinci its charter based on a lot of issues within its application. And Dr. Toback stated early on that even though he opposed it and some board members opposed it, they really don't have a deciding vote. And I said to him back then, it's unfortunate that we spend a lot of time focused on things like opposing charter school issues, and there are so many other issues that are critical within the public schools. I also said to him that I don't envy his job. Let's all be honest. I don't envy any of you up there. You get beaten up on at every turn, and Dr. Toback does as well. Tonight, he picked a heck of a fight, though. As my mother said, be careful what you ask for, you just might get it. And I think by demonstrating an opposition towards the expansion of OLA and potentially towards the continuation of OLA, contingent on its study, he picked himself a heck of a fight. But I still respect him. I think he's doing an admirable job, and he's in a tough position. Again, as somebody who's lived here in the 80s, I remember when we had a handful of bookstores, and Barnes & Noble was talking about coming into town. And the bookstores came out and said, you can't do this, you can't allow Barnes & Noble, they'll kill these mom and pop shops. And it's true, many of them went out of business except for Symposium. Dave Roberts gave a lot of favorable conditions to Symposium, and they outlasted Barnes & Noble. But they didn't kill off Barnes & Noble, Amazon did. And the public school may kill off charter, but those customers are not going to go to the public school. You've heard it time and time again tonight. They're going to go to Amazon. They're going to go to an alternative. So when we look at our community and the complexity of it and the uniqueness of it, we have to be cautious that we're not saying we're going to get these dollars, because those dollars will only come into the public school if the students do. And I think we've heard time and time again that a lot of these parents aren't proposing to send their kids to the public school if OLA gets squashed. They're going to leave town, and then those dollars disappear. So if it's a financial consideration, factor that in. I think it's critical to point out, and again, I'm not attacking Dr. Toback, but he said early on in his message that the board has tried to keep taxes low. The board has tried to keep taxes flat. Let's give you the recognition you deserve for doing so, but taxes aren't low in this town. We spend a lot of money in this town on education. And I think that it's really important to understand that as taxpayers who pay a lot of money, myself and other folks in this town expect a return for those dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Eileen Riley. I live at 703 Park Avenue in Hoboken. My child is a second grader at OLA, and I address you as a member of the OLA Parent-Teacher Organization. We, as parents, are appalled at the hostility that infuses the Hoboken Board of Education's view of OLA as set forth in the superintendent's letter asking the state to decide against OLA's charter renewal and expansion by 2 grades. We are also deeply dismayed by the inaccurate and misleading nature of that document, but we are more than willing to offer correction and refutation throughout it. We emphatically reject the correlation offered between OLA's expansion by 2 grades and a negative impact on Hoboken's public middle school grades. We claim the right to see our students progress through the end of 8th grade in their immersion bilingual model, the only one of its kind in the entire state of New Jersey. We as parents are proud and grateful for the excellent academic experience that our children are relishing and the diverse community in which they thrive. By any measure, including but not limited to state test scores, our students are performing extremely well. They are happy, they are challenged, and they are proud of themselves. Our school and our community spirit is strong. Our parents are engaged, resolute, and committed to the continued success of OLA, building upon the first 4 years and ensuring that other Hoboken children will have the same opportunities to become bilingual, opportunities provided by lottery result. The Hoboken School District cannot offer a bilingual experience to our students. It rejected that option several years ago. If our children are denied the path to continue through the end of 8th grade, a choice that the other two Hoboken charter schools have, it is quite clear from OLA parent responses that most will seek opportunities for their children outside the Hoboken Public School District. OLA students would not, in large measure, continue as Hoboken students. Hoboken would lose energetic and dedicated parents to other towns. And by what measure would that loss be desirable? On behalf of all OLA parents, I ask the board to vote against issuing this letter and to work with OLA and the other charter schools to create a school district where progress and success are applauded and provide opportunities for collaboration and unity rather than divisiveness and friction. I believe I represent the views of many parents who voted in the elections so recently in coming to view the civic act of voting for candidates to serve on the Board of Education as futile if those elected do not seek to support all the students in the public school system, including those in all of the charter schools. Thank you.
Next, it will be Annette Nowden. Is she here?
Hi.
Nowden?
Just right here, the person before you.
And the next after Annette is Melissa Shepherd. Shepherd, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next, please.
I'm Deepika Gupta. I live at 61 Madison Street, and I have met most of you elected officials, and I have heard your views, and I have voted for some of you, and I feel very disheartened to see what's going on around here. I look around the room, I see all these parents. They are firefighters, they are doctors, they are engineers, they are financial market makers, they are capitalists here, they are socialists here, they're all strata of societies here, right here in front of you. And you want to give away most of it. If Ola is not here, I can assure you, more than 50% of the parents will leave. I will be one of them. The major reason for us staying at Hoboken, and I have been a Hoboken resident for 12 years, I've been voting for most of you for last few years. I've been going to all these meetings and all these consortiums. I've been trying to express my views through you. And I hope that you understand and you listen to me today as a voting member of this society. This is a democracy and everyone has a right to say what they have to say and express an opinion. But as you are the chosen ones, and I have chosen some of you, I also have the shared responsibility as you do. And I want you to understand that I'm very passionate about Ola. Ola is the future of my children, future of a lot of children whose parents are sitting right here in front of you today. And Ola is the future of Hoboken. Ola has given Hoboken so much publicity, so much right publicity, you'll be amazed. I have friends in all states in the United States. And I have heard from California, from Texas, from Wisconsin. One of my friends told me that I've heard of this school. Is that the town you live in, Hoboken? I'm like, yeah, that's my school. That's my kids' school. That's where they go. And she's like, I've heard great things about it. Like, this is a bilingual school. And in Wisconsin, where she lives, there's like no other options. And she's amazed at what Ola has been able to do with the limited budget that we have. A lot of people have expressed their opinion, so I won't inundate you with the details of statistics or how much money you spent on Ola or you don't. You guys already know that. And I have to just say that I'm appalled to see that certain members will express their opinion and they're so much against Ola. Ola is, once again, I'll just reiterate my point. Ola is the reason some of us are here. Many of us are here because of Ola. And all of us who are here in the room, probably Probably 5% are not here because of Ola, but 95% of the presence today is because of Ola. If Ola is not here, I can assure, again, like I'm saying it, I'm repeating it as a broken record, that most of us will decide to leave. And when we leave, the money will go away that you were gonna get for public school system. Ola is in public school. Why don't you make it better? Why don't we all work towards making it better? Why don't we all work within the fabric of Ola, of Hoboken Charter, of Elysian Charter? Why do we have to single it out that we have to do studies, separate studies? What is separate studies? Look at the results of Ola. Look at NG Ask score. What more can you ask for? Do more standardized tests. There is no independent study that you want to do. You don't want to hide behind a committee or whatever you want to put in front of us. So just think about it. Like, put our dollars, all of you, all are the taxpayers, and put all our dollars to a better use. And please consider Ola as a viable option. To me, that's the only option if I want to stay in Hoboken. Thank you for listening.
Melissa, is Janice Madrid here?
Hi, sure.
After Janice is, I think it's a Jason, I'm going to spell it out, C-L-U-M-P-E-T, maybe? Thank you. I've got handwriting. All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Shepard. I live at 1333 Hudson Street. I am a parent of 2 children in the public school system. My daughter is at Brant, and my son just started first grade at Wallace. First, I know this is about Ola, but I just want to speak in support of the public schools. I want to assure everyone here that the public schools really are thriving. They're improving. I am pleasantly surprised at the quality of education that my children are receiving, especially as my son has moved up. Wallace has a very dedicated PTO, very dedicated teachers, great teachers, hardworking, caring administrators. Everyone's very thoughtful, trying to come up with new ways to make the system better. I really appreciate Ola being in this town. I think it's culturally significant for Hoboken. I think I personally, like a lot of people here, obviously value learning a second language. It's just an asset to the community. I hate to see people pitted against each other. I have to be honest and tell you that a year and a half ago, I was here in support of the Da Vinci Charter School application. And it's the same reason that parents are here today. They just want what's best for their children, perceived or otherwise. Our public system has a ways to go. We have some big problems. We have a lot of things that I would like to be putting my energy toward rather than trying to fight Ola. The other thing I would... Now this part you're not going to like as much. I understand insofar as everyone here is voting mainly in Hoboken, we all elect the Board of Education, but in reality, your job is to represent the public schools. So I feel like a lot of the passion here is misdirected towards you. Dr. Toback is against expansion, rightly so, because he's representing the public school system. There's a finite amount of money. He wants that money to stay with his schools. He wants enrollment to stay in his schools. Same goes for the board. You guys, as far as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, you represent the public schools, the public school system, not the charter schools. So even if you vote yes based on the beautiful passion you've seen here, really, I think the majority of you will vote no, just like you voted against every other expansion of charter schools and the Da Vinci School. So I feel like everyone here from Ola needs to realize that it's great for me to hear your passion, for everyone here to hear your passion, but it's in a way misdirected. I hope you find a different outlet where you can get everything expressed, and I also hope that we do reach our promise for our public school system and that we all meet up in high school. Thank you.
And followed by Ruben Ramos.
Hi, I'm Jason Clampett. I live at 911 Madison Street. Thank you. 901 Madison. It's actually kind of a lucky building. We have four families at 901 Madison, so we're kind of lucky. I'm a startup guy, and I live kind of in a startup world, which means that new ideas and taking smart risks are a big part of my life and what I do. I came to Hoboken 7 years ago to take a job at Wiley and never planned on living here. But I moved my family here because I thought the pre-K program was really smart. And we decided to stay because we thought Ola was even smarter. And innovative and creative education ideas are why we came here, and family is why we decided to stay. My wife is a black woman born in Panama. She was raised in Brooklyn to parents who didn't think Spanish was important and that English was best. But she taught herself Spanish in college and lives a bilingual life. In the past 2 years, she's launched 2 bilingual magazines for Latinas at 2 of the largest publishers in the world, one for Glamour at Condé Nast and one for Women's Day at Hearst. And I'm sure a city like Hoboken doesn't want to be seen as less innovative than old media publishers. For our generation, we know that bilingual education is just as important. So my 6.5-year-old daughter Flora is now at Ola in the 1st grade. Last week, she told my wife a bedtime story in Spanish, and it was pretty great. My wife cried, and I pretended not to cry. When she calls her abuelo and abuela, who now live in Miami and speaks in Spanish, everybody cries, and it's pretty great. And when she switches back and forth between writing Spanish and English while she does her homework, I see a future genius and a world leader, but I'm a little biased. Ola has given my daughter the opportunity to both connect with family now and compete on a global level later. In the letter that was going around, we've heard clips of, it says that kind of Ola succeeding makes it harder for other Hoboken schools to survive. And I'm not sure why Ola's success is such a threat. In my job, success only tends to be a threat when one party is failing and doing a lousy job. Education isn't a zero-sum game. And success in education, like everything else, starts by embracing innovative ideas, like Ola. You're not going to go down in history as a great school board or administrator by embracing the status quo. Wouldn't it be better to turn Hoboken into a test case for new ideas in education? And it doesn't take a ton of money to do that. If you want to see how much you can do with a very little amount of money, just look at Ola. Everyone there works for a lot less than you'll find at other schools. And parents happily give time and money. When you're passionate and dedicated and invested, the opportunity to do smart things is often good enough. Last year, I started a company that's now 10 people, and we all get paid a lot less than we would in other jobs because as a trade-off, we're able to do something great and fun. We've also been able to destroy decades-old competitors who are slow and focused on how things used to be done rather than just doing good ideas. Ola is a great new idea that's being pushed by fantastic educators and great parents. As other parents said, we're here in Hoboken because of Ola. Why you'd want to chase these people away is a little beyond me. And I had a great thing to say at the end, but my program just crashed. So, So support expansion to 8th grade and embrace a future that's both bilingual and innovative. Thank you.
Following Mr. Ramos is Virginia Einstein. She's here. Thank you.
Ruben Ramos, 107 Jefferson Street. I'm not going to repeat what was said by many speakers tonight. I'm going to speak a little bit. I'm not going to talk about the 5-year, how this program should be in the public schools already, should be adopted 5 years ago in the public schools or any of those things. When I speak about the word passion came up a lot tonight, the word passion. And I think a lot of parents came up tonight and said their kids are thriving, their kids are doing well, their kids are doing great. But the reason, I'm going to play psychologist tonight a little bit, but the reason the word passion comes through is because there was a struggle. There was a struggle for a parent to drop their kid off, their 5-year-old off in kindergarten, to walk into a classroom to a language they never heard before. There was a struggle when that child came home, saying, "Mommy, I don't know what they were saying today in school." There was a struggle to get them through homework. What's that homework like today, guys? Struggle for the parents to sit there and understand the directions in that homework. That was a struggle. Kindergarten, go to 1st grade. My daughter started in 2nd grade. An even bigger struggle for her in 2nd grade to start that level. Now, she's in 5th grade. speaks beautiful Spanish, much better than I can speak Spanish, much better than I can. Not as good as my wife, but much better than me. She writes in Spanish wonderfully. She reads in Spanish, but she also does all the same exact things in English as well. But before she started speaking beautifully, writing wonderfully, she struggled. And we struggled along with her. And that's where the passion comes from, because all the parents here tonight struggled along the side of their children, not knowing the language in the school. And that's what comes through tonight. And to say that the expansion is the important thing, because my daughter started in kindergarten and first grade in Calabro School. The only reason she's here in Ola is because of the curriculum. The only reason she's there. And to say that now we're going to shut that off in 7th and 8th grade is unfair to her and all of her classmates in her school, because there's nowhere else in New Jersey that does this. No one does this. And the reason I know this is because, like Barbara said, I've had the pleasure of visiting other charter schools throughout the state of New Jersey. And guess what? Some of them stink. And some of them are very good. Like anything in life. Some public schools are very good. Some public schools stinks too. Charter schools have their issues as well, all across the state. Some have closed because of that. I don't think this school will be one of those schools to close because of that. Because you had the struggle of all the parents that want to see the struggle through. The kids, they made it through the light. The light's there. Don't turn the light off on them. And the conversation we should be having tonight isn't about the middle school, expanding to middle school. The conversation we should be having tonight is with the Hoboken Charter School parents, the Elysian Charter School parents, and the Hoboken Public School parents about what are we going to do in high school to all meet up in the 9th grade to make it better for all of our kids. Where's the meeting point? Those conversations can't happen when my daughter's in 8th grade. Those conversations and planning needs to happen now, 3 years in advance, to say, what's the program going to be like for them so her beautiful Spanish can keep on going through high school. Or we'll find a high school, hopefully find a high school that could fit those languages in for her, to find another fit for her. But we want that fit to be in Hoboken High. We want her to be a Red Wing. We want her to graduate. I'm the only non-Red Wing in my family, but we want her to graduate from there, like everyone else in my family did, and her to sing the fight song. But we need to start that conversation now and ask, what would it take for you guys to put your kids in Hoboken High School, to the OLA parents, to the Hoboken Charter parents, to the Hoboken Public School parents that may leave in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That conversation needs to happen today, not 4 years from now. And again, the passion today comes from the struggle. Everyone wants to put, peaches and roses on everything and say, everything is great, everything was wonderful. No, everything didn't start wonderful. It was built over a period of time, and now we're all happy where we are, and we want to continue that struggle going forward. So thank you for your time tonight, and we'll continue going forward. Thank you, guys.
Next would be Lynn Dance.
Hi, my name is Virginia Einstein. I live at 1000 Hudson Street. I've been a Hoboken resident for 15 years. I consider myself a lifelong resident. I'm not going anywhere. This is my town. These are my people. Everyone here, whether I like you or don't, you're my Hoboken. And I have an 8-year-old daughter who attended Brant for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 and kindergarten. And she's currently in Ola, and she's gone through 1st, 2nd, now is in 3rd grade. And our family has been absolutely thrilled with every single piece of education that we've gotten in this town. And that means from day 1 of pre-K 3 till today. And when I was in school, it was different. I was in school, I woke up every morning and I had a stomach ache or I had a headache and I didn't want to go to school. And I hated school. And my daughter has never once woken up and told me that she didn't want to go to school because she had a phantom stomach ache or a phantom headache. And that's the best thing that I could ever hope for. And I just want to talk about the $64 million. Just to put it in perspective for a second, there's 5 Major League Baseball teams that have smaller payrolls than $64 million a year. We could make Napoleon Dynamite and Juno and Slumdog Millionaire and still have enough money to pay the Houston Astros with $64 million. There's no reason that the 3,100 children enrolled in the public school system shouldn't be getting a stellar education. Dr. Toback, I don't know if you remember me, but when you first came here, you invited a really small round table of parents. And I didn't know why I got invited. I'm not involved. I couldn't fathom it. And I came to your office and you asked people, and everyone sounded so eloquent about what they were saying. And you got to me and you said, what would you like? And I said, Dr. Toback, this should be an education destination. People should be clamoring to move here because the schools are so awesome, they don't want to live anywhere else. OLA's part of that. Hoboken Charter is part of that. The public schools are part of that. Hoboken High is part of that. We can all be part of that. We're talking about 3,100 students and $64 million. We could buy every single one of these kids a Prius. We can't get them a decent education? That's outrageous to me. We're part of it. You're part of it. Everyone in this room is part of it. It's only going to benefit all of us. Thank you.
Kathleen Kielman, thank you. If you could just state your name
Yeah.
and address for the public.
Lynn Downsker, 1313 Park Avenue. I am going to tell a story because I don't want to talk any about statistics or money or anything like that, but I'm just going to tell you a story about our family. My son is in the 3rd grade at OLA. He was adopted from Russia 7 years ago. While I and my husband decided to send him to OLA, we decided that we wanted to help another child. We weren't in a position to adopt another child, but we were in a position that we could help another child. And so I reached out to the adoption agency and I said, is there a way that we can sponsor another child? Some way, somehow. And they told us about a program that they have in 4 countries around the world where for as little as $200, $300, or $400, you can sponsor a child so that he or she can go to school. Well, one of those countries was Guatemala, and I thought, what a perfect match. My son is starting in OLA in kindergarten in 2009. They'll match us with a little boy, in this case, who is from Guatemala, and we will help to pay for him to go to school. Because in Guatemala, you cannot go to school unless your family can afford a uniform and a pair of shoes. Could you imagine not being educated over a piece of clothing or a pair of shoes? So we committed to sponsor this little boy. He's the youngest of 4, and he has 2 working parents. Each one of them work 3 jobs. He lives with his grandmother in a hut. There's no floor in this hut, and they don't have a refrigerator or any electricity. And because of us, this little boy is going to be educated. The first child, the first person is an entire family that's going to school. And I'm not telling you this story to pat us on the back and say, oh, we're such fantastic people, look what we're doing. But the story continues. And in these 3 years that we've been supporting this little boy, we've been communicating with him through the agency. My son, who can read and write in Spanish, writes him letters once a month, once every 2 months. We go to the library, we go to Barnes & Noble, and we go to the Spanish book section where we buy books for him and we send them to him because we're not allowed to send him toys or clothes. We're only allowed to send him school supplies or things that he can use for school. And so for 3 years, this relationship between this little boy and our family has grown and blossomed, and we've gotten to know him, and he's gotten to know us. And on November 23rd, my husband, my son and I are flying to Guatemala to meet this little boy and his family. And that is the gift that I am giving my son. I'm not going to be able to speak to him. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with his mother or his father or any of his brothers or sisters. But my son is going to be sitting next to this little boy, thousands and thousands of miles away, next to each other. They're going to get to talk, they're going to get to communicate, they're going to get to learn about each other's family, about the culture, about life, about customs, about traditions, about religion, just about life. And the gift that that is giving, not only to this little boy in Guatemala, but to my son, that he is going to have a lifelong friend and really a little brother in a country that speaks a language that I've never spoken or that my husband hasn't spoken. So I urge you today to understand that it's not just about learning the language and writing the language, but it's creating connections with people in 22 countries around the world that speak Spanish. And as my son grows up, and as this little boy grows up, maybe one day they'll do business together. Maybe one day they'll conquer a initiative that can change the face of the world. But most importantly, he will have that opportunity because of Ola. Thank you.
Is Naimet El Sayed here?
Hi, Kathleen Kyleman, 2 12th Street. I just want to go back to the beginning about the letter. I read the letter that, I can't see you, that Dr. Toback sent. I read the attachments, and I stopped. And then I reread it again because I was shocked at some of the facts that were in that letter. And there's a phrase that came to mind when I read that letter. And it says, I think this was Covey that said this, the way we see the problem is the problem. The way we see the problem is the problem. So tonight, you've had the opportunity to see the passion. This is the first step for you to see what Ola is and what it is about. That's the first step. The way you see the problem is the problem. We need to get you to change your view of the problem. In that letter, it seemed like you identified Ola as a problem. Maybe that's just a symptom of a bigger problem. And I get where you're coming from in terms of the budgeting and the cost effectiveness. I get that. But we need to start thinking outside of the box for this community as a whole. We are all together in this, and we need to think outside of the box. We're talking 100 kids that might be in your school system that aren't. That's 3 grades. That's not a lot of money. There has got to be a way to solve this problem without denying Ola 7th and 8th grade. 7th and 8th grade is critical for every single child in this school. And it is something different and something unique and something that could be a role model for the whole country. If they get this right, if we get this right. And I don't think you want to squash that. This is something to be nurtured. So we must find a way. If it is a budget problem and it's 100 kids of budget, then we need to solve that together. So that's what I ask you, to look at this together. And the next steps really concern me. I don't want this to be, let's all talk, let's all get the passion out, and then nothing happens. So the next steps, you're going to have a meeting. What are you going to discuss at that meeting? What is the objective at that meeting? The second thing I would say is that you've had this opportunity to see the passion. Have any of you been in Ola? Have you visited Ola? Dr. Toback, have you been there? Have you seen it? You need to feel it and live it and breathe it to really understand it before you write any letters to the commission, because we need your support. And I ask you, you should be the first one there, but I ask all the board, before you sign off on anything, before you put your name on that piece of paper that you approve of this, think of what happened here today, but go to the school. You should not do anything before visiting that school. I don't think any of you have been to that school, as far as I know. I'm not sure. I know Carmelo obviously has. But I don't think anybody has been to the school. Do not sign anything until you know what you're signing, until you know what you might be squashing. This is something amazing. Let's work together. If it's a budget issue, let's work on it. You have our kids in high school. You have that funding already. And you have 3 years to work on that, to want us to be there. We want to stay. Everybody here wants to stay in Hoboken. We love this town. So I ask you, let's work together. I don't see how 100 kids can make a difference in the budget. We can find a way. Come to our school, see it, let's work together. We will be there in high school. If the program is there, we will be there. I guarantee it. If it's not there, we won't. But if it is, you've got 3 years to work on it. We will be there. Thank you.
Hello.
Who's next after? He's the last speaker. So could you state your address?
Sure. My name is Neemat Al Sayed, and I live in 936 Bloomfield Street. I've been in Hoboken for 25 years. I had never in my life get involved in any meetings. Never. I swear to you, never. I have 2 boys and I have a girl. My 2 boys, they are 16 and 18. From day one, they are in Stevens since they were 3 years old. My older son go to Providence College in Rhode Island. Never been in Hoboken school system. I've been here 25 years. My mid-son, I sent him to West Orange, Sidon Hall Prep, which he should be here, not in West Orange. My daughter, she's 9 years old. She was in Stevens before I met Jen. And she's the reason I draw my daughter from Stevens, and I even lost the deposit, because it is all true. But forget about all these people here. Forget about them. There is 250 child behind them. Where they gonna go? Sir, if your daughter or your son was in school, would you make your letter? Would you say the same thing? I apologize. But it is upsetting. Honestly, it is upsetting. I have business. Come in my place and have a cup of coffee, and we can dissolve the problem. If that's the case, and I will say that if there is a problem when it comes to money, these people here, I think will solve the problem. But don't put 250 kids down the train, because they're not going to go to Hoboken High. They really won't. From 7th grade to 8th grade, they're not going to go. But where they going to go, that's, I would love to know. Thank you.
Excuse me, did you miss part of the list? You missed one part of the list. My name was never called.
Are there more agenda? Fine.
Yeah.
Just put those.
So we'll add the one from the end. Second.
Let me explain how it works if we go to this section. We have items about the agenda. Then we have the items about people who are going to just speak about non-agenda items. Have we finished the agenda items? Okay. So what we're going to do now,
Ask if there's people that
Is
thought
he
they
one
were
more?
signing.
some more people want to sign up, but more people want to sign? Fine, please. Wait, please, let's,
My assumption is that some people inadvertently sign.
the non-agenda item list.
So then why don't we go on that list and just continue? Thank you.
Well, this...
Okay. Patricia Waiters?
Wait, this will be agenda items, so Patricia already spoke about an agenda item.
So she wants, so.
I mean, I know it sounds, if you haven't been to the board meetings, you have items about agendas, and then you have just the right to say what you want to say. So if it's still about,
Patricia, she's listed
she spoke
first.
already about the
Yes.
agenda.
Right, but
So
she's also
th-
listed on the non-agenda item.
Okay.
So if you want me to move through this
That's
list?
that's for after the.
Correct.
But there are people that want to speak about the agenda who haven't. So please come to the microphone if you want to speak about the OLA issue, and please run your, or any agenda item, exactly.
Right. So basically, Mr. Moffitt's going to read the name. If you inadvertently signed the public portion, but you wanted to speak about an agenda item, which would include the superintendent's report that was about the letter, because it's no longer an agenda item, just say yes, and we'll do it. But if you didn't,
Please.
if you didn't, say no, and you have to wait to the end.
Please, sir, it's yours.
Thank you. I wrote to everyone.
And your name and
today.
address,
Oh, sorry.
please.
Joe Herman, 1239 Bloomfield Street, since 2004, and then for several years before in the late 90s, Hoboken resident. I wrote to all of you today and to, sorry, pointing, Dr. Toback today as well, and I got response from two of you. I thank you very much for the response. It's interesting in having the conversation. I very much feel for you. You have a very tough job that you do. The position you are in is particularly, I spent an hour and a half speaking with Ruth today. You have budget issues.
Very pleasant conversation.
It was very pleasant. And you have budget issues, and you have issues that you need to address in the school, and everybody realizes that. But everybody here that's supporting OLA, they are not coming here from the budget perspective. They are coming here from the perspective of children, and the children that they want to be able to continue along in this school. They are passionate, as everybody has said. But they are here because their children have started along a path and they want to be able to continue along that path. My kids we didn't win the lottery at first. We didn't get in when the school first opened. We got in and we moved our kids out of Mustard Seed into the school. It was 2 years ago in November. It was a tough transition. It was immediately after the old director, well, immediately before the old director left for the school. And it was tough to move the kids there. These are kids that had already had established friendships in a school. They were already indoctrinated into that school and learning those methods. But my wife, who unfortunately, because she has a medical procedure tomorrow morning, she can't be here. She would have been here and she would be telling you this mostly in Spanish. She speaks Spanish. She is fluent. Not because she grew up with it, but because she specifically struggled to make sure she can learn this in high school, in college, and then she went and lived in Spain. And when this option came up, we jumped at it. We wanted our children to have that option as well. She's been speaking with the children mostly in Spanish, but they weren't getting it as much because it's only one of us. And this school has made a difference. Our kids speak behind my back in Spanish to my mother, to my wife. And we went to Spain this year, and they were able to speak. We put them in a camp. They were with children from England, from Russia, from Germany. This was in Spain. It was a camp specifically geared to help children learn Spanish language, or some of the Russian kids were learning English. And my children were rated at that school highly, highly proficient, above the other children that were coming to that camp. That is because of OLA. Not because my wife was teaching them, it's because of OLA and the work that these teachers that have done, and the administrators for the school have done. And this is the children that we're here for. So forget about the budget. I understand you have a very tough job. You were elected for that tough job, and you ran for that tough job, and I don't envy you. what is stated at the bottom of the letter, I found very interesting. At the bottom of the letter, it states, where children come first. It's written on the bottom page of every page of that letter. And children are not coming first if you're focusing in on trying to just increase your budget, which, sorry, Ruth, but that's a lot of what I got from the conversation. You agreed to disagree with me, and I understand that. But the budget should not be affecting our children. Our children have started along a path. My son, who is 10 years old, we were experiencing the same thing every other fourth grader last year, trying to say, okay, if this school doesn't exist, what are we going to do? My son, a 9-year-old, said, I don't want to move. I made a rough move 2 years ago. I started this path. I want to continue it. He absolutely refused and said, I'm going to Ola, and I want to stay there. I want him to stay there. And please do not write any letter asking the state to move away from anything other than expanding the charter up to 8th grade. I expect to include up to 8th. Thank you.
Anybody else who, please?
Hi, my name is Alessia Alonso. I don't live in Hoboken, but I teach at Ola Hoboken. I am the music teacher, and I didn't want to talk because I thought that this is something that may look like I am here defending my job, which is not the case. I am here defending my students and this project. I don't have anything else to add at this point. I just want you to invite you to come to our school and have some time there. And I'm going to say something to you that maybe look like a joke, but if you need any help with your budget, come to our school and maybe the kids can help you. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak about this or about agenda items? Please.
Hi, Rob Cohen, 503 Monroe, apartment number 2. To me, this isn't about Hoboken, this isn't about Ola being a Spanish-speaking school. This is about Ola just being a good school. And what's clear is you have hundreds of families here who care. And I just, I know clearly you've got decisions to make and you've got a hard job, and I'll begin to learn more about the budgetary challenges within Hoboken. I don't get it. There's a lot of money in Hoboken, but I'm sure there are challenges. But to me, I just can't see how you guys want to make a decision which can impact not just a few, not just dozens, but hundreds of families. It's not every day you make those kind of decisions. And I understand you were going to put forth a letter and then you pulled the letter back, and I appreciate that. I mean, this is something that takes time and takes consideration. But you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of families who obviously care. I mean, obviously passionate about the issue and obviously want to stay in Hoboken. So hopefully we can figure out what your budgetary issues are, but don't use Ola as an excuse for that. There are plenty of opportunities, plenty of ways to tackle these kind of problems. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Please.
My name is Michal Privor. I live in 1500 Hudson. So I have 2 kids that go to Ola. I have a 4th grader and a kindergarten. And my little one went to your pre-K 3 and 4 program, and we loved it. It was a great experience for her. She had an amazing, amazing time. However, she has a speech impediment, and the teacher struggled understanding her, and she had a little bit of a struggle in the 2 years. So I was very reluctant to send her to Ola and to have her learn another language and have another challenge in her life. And I'm emotional about this. She's been in the school since September. And I just want you to listen to this. for some reason, the language, that part of the brain, it just helps her. And this is her a month after she started school singing. I mean, so first, so please, help us expand to 7th and 8th grade, especially for my little one. I think it's just a beautiful school. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Murphy. I live at 1123 Garden Street. I'm a parent of an Elysian second grader, and I also have a pre-K son in All Saints who will go to Elysian when he's finished. I was here 5 years ago when Ola came to be part of the regular public schools, and I'm stunned that this issue is returning. I'm speaking, I wasn't on the list, but I added myself at the end because one of the things that maybe hasn't expressed as much is I am so delighted by the way that all the charter schools bond together and support each other so much. There's more than just Ola parents in the room. There are other parents from other charter schools as well as the regular public schools. But we come to each other's auctions, we ask each other how our kids are doing, and on any day we're meeting in the parks, we're meeting in the coffee shops, we're a community. And I should mention that in addition to my role as a parent, I'm also an administrator. I'm an associate dean of Stevens Institute of Technology, and I lead a program that has over 1,400 students. And sir, Dr. Toback.
Please.
Oh, I'm not allowed to do that, I'm sorry. This is my second time at a board meeting. Dr. Gold, okay, I don't know the rules. Anyway, the letter that I read carefully, I just question the judgment of having that be the first step in challenging this. Isn't it interesting that it was all to stop the 7th and 8th grade edition, yet there were maybe 2 or 3 sentences about that. And it seemed to me to wage a war not just against Ola, but about charter schools in general. It's just the judgment there. As an administrator, if I have something, an objective that I'm trying to reach, which for me is to improve the education of the students at Stevens, my first step is to think about the strategies that I should pursue to change or improve what we're doing at Stevens. It's not to look at what I perceive as my competitors and try to thwart them or extinguish them in any way. So I encourage all of you to look at the public schools in the same way I think the rest of us are looking at each other, as peacefully coexisting, recognizing the opportunity for choice, and looking for ways to help each other in our community, and not look up for ways that we can sort of push each other to the side so that we can shine. So thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Gregory Drew, 700 First Street, 15Q. I want my kids to go to Hoboken High School. I expect that they will. I'm not sure Dr. Toback will still be here at that time. But I really do want my kids to go there and plan that they will. And I think a lot of OLA students and other charter school students, if they don't feel that same way, wish that they did. And if you folks can't make the high school, never mind the public schools in general, better, I'm pretty sure that these parents can. I mean, look at this. So if there's one thing you should consider is to get these folks on your team fighting for the Hoboken Public Schools, fighting for the Hoboken High School. I can't imagine a better team than these folks back here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. My name is Inez Garcia. I'm 1103 Washington Street. The only reason I appreciate the opportunity to speak is because I think I come from a bit of a different perspective. I was also here 5 years ago, and there were 3 members that are currently on the board that were on this side of the dais with me, and we shared the opinion, and this may not make me very popular, that the district was not ready for a program like OLA within the district. We felt at the time, and I'm sure you remember, that the district really had to nail down the fundamentals. At the time, my son was in Hoboken High School. My son graduated from Hoboken High School. He's now a junior at the School of Visual Arts in New York City. We had this discussion for many months, and finally the board listened, and we had a very narrow vote, and it was voted out. What impressed me most about Jennifer and Camille was that they rolled up their sleeves again. They didn't give up. They had this idea, and they took what for me was a similar experience that I had had 10 years previously, when I ran for the Board of Education and I didn't get elected, and then I started working with the charter school group at the time, the Hoboken Charter School. And it was a gift. It was a gift that the state legislation had given those of us who thought that we could contribute something in terms of innovative education. And that's what Camille and Jennifer did. And their application to the state was good enough that the state gave us a 3rd charter. And I know that's very unusual for a town our size, but I really think it speaks to the quality of the application that they put before the state. And all of these parents here speak to the quality of the program that they are running, which is probably even more important than the application. And here they are 3 years later, undergoing something that the traditional public schools don't do. You don't have the state come every 3 years and inspect you top to bottom under the threat they're going to shut you down if you don't perform. That's what charter schools face. And 10 years ago, it was a very different board. The board was much more supportive of charters. The cynics at the time thought it was because they would get rid of people like me who were here all the time complaining, and okay, we're just going to throw you this bone, go run with it. Well, they did. Hoboken Charter School did, Elysian Charter School did, these people did. And to have this environment now where the board is so reluctant to look at these laboratories of new ideas and perhaps borrow some of that energy, some of those ideas, work collaboratively after the school day, where we all share facilities. And I think that would foster a much better environment. And I hope, and I really hope, that as these parents continue to be engaged and involved, that we will get there someday. Thank you.
I take it there are no more agenda items, so I'm going to, actually, how many more people wish to speak?
That's it? Okay, that's the last.
I signed in earlier.
Okay, great.
My name was called, I believe, right? Hi. Hello, my name is George Duke, and I'm the vice president on the board of the OLA school. I'm going to be very brief, and I'm not here to engage in anybody in any colloquy. I just wanted to get a couple. It is an ironic twist that the last time I was here, I looked at my notes before I came here, and I prepared a written speech in November and then a letter to the editor in December of 2008, and ostensibly to be in front of you, to be part of the school. And the ironic twist is now we went off and were successful alone, and now we're being attacked a second time. So it's a little unfortunate. But, and I do distinctly remember, the composition of the board was almost completely different at the time. And I hold no animosity, but I distinctly remember one of the board members at the time saying, this is for the best of everyone, quote. I mean, it was interesting, and now I guess it wasn't for the best of everyone. But I guess I'm only here procedurally, and you certainly can not engage me at all, but I want to know, I looked at the letter very briefly, and I looked at the resolution authorizing Dr. Toback to issue the letter to the Department of Ed. And it seemed to me, right on its face, the resolution does not authorize that letter, because the letter clearly expands on the specific mandate of the resolution, which is to, you want to basically deny or resist our application to expand 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. Whereas the letter on its face very clearly says that they're opposed to both the renewal and the expansion. So it's a very important distinction because the very lifeblood that we're here and all our students are in, you not only want to get rid of the expansion, but you want to cut us off at the feet, at our knees on the very existence of the school. So I just want to make that clear, and I just wanted to get a clear understanding as to where the board sits as to that resolution.
Since you're the last speaker, Dr. Toback did mention that the letter will be, I'll let him use his own words, actually.
So just real quickly, at the beginning of the meeting, I mentioned that we pulled the agenda item.
Okay.
The letter is, right now, is not being sent, okay? There's further dialogue, further discussion that's going to happen, and so that's where it stands right now.
Okay, thank you. And can you just clarify for me what exactly do you mean by pull the agenda item so it's no longer
In other words, the board is not voting on it. The board is not considering it. It is an item that they will have to make a determination about what direction they want to go.
Okay, procedurally, another silly question. Do you actually have to vote to withdraw that item from the, because it's on a consent agenda, and that's the only reason.
No, I withdrew it.
Okay. Pardon me? Oh, okay, good question. Who sponsored the resolution? I'm just curious.
Nobody at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Obviously, you know my feeling about OLA. I have a child there, 2 children there. Sure. Yeah, I live at 1014 Bloomfield Street, Hoboken, New Jersey. Please support OLA.
Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask each member of the board to say what they want to say. Also, if you do have, might as well, this is for the agenda, I'd like to know what items you do not want to include as the item.
Or should you simply allow the board members to ask if there are a minimal number of questions that do not require?
Just do the whole thing.
Okay, so why don't we just go down the, Fran, any? We're commenting and we're also talking about the agenda.
Or agenda questions.
Because they both go together. So yes, you certainly will comment on, we've heard passionate people, and they certainly deserve a response from us.
Okay.
Please.
And agenda, and the other agenda items too, are we first just commenting on this? And then do?
Why don't we do it that way? Why don't we comment on your comments, and then we will go
Because we
and
don't
look
want
at,
to be pulling the items out with them.
you're 100% right as usual.
It's usually smoother than
So I'm going to go down and we'll talk about what you've heard, and please comment on what you did. Fran?
Okay, first I want to thank Dr. Toback for rescinding the letter and giving us a chance to hear the older parents come and speak before us. And I hope that, I want to ask a question. When you do speak to them and open up the dialogue with them, will any board members be allowed to be there? Or?
Sure, you can set it up that
Okay,
way.
because I'd like to be a part of that also. I feel that we had a missed opportunity with them 5 years ago.
Right.
Barbara, you know that. I was a fighter for that cause, and Jen. So I think, and what Assemblyman Ramos said made the most sense about let's not wait for 3-4 years. Let's start now. For that 7th and 8th grade, if you want these parents to be a part of it. And I'm just an advocate for it, so I want to make that statement, and thank you again. Thank you, parents.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In hearing some of the remarks and statistics that were provided tonight, it's clear that OLA parents will not be putting their children in our public schools unless we have open communication. And I thank Dr. Toback. You and I were on the phone a long time today discussing this. And I thank you for pulling this agenda item, because at first it was going to be on tonight. And as Francis said, I would love to be part of the meeting with the OLA parents to try to create a common ground of something we can actually agree on. Because I really believe that if we have a district that welcomes charters, this will enhance our student population in the future. I really, really believe that. And for many, many, many years to come. And although we are here to represent the public schools, that is 1,000% correct, our chain of command that this board approved a few months ago in a meeting does say that we are responsible for all the members of the city of Hoboken. So I look forward to working with you, and congratulations on this showing tonight. The agenda.
Vito, I need some clarification. Vito, I need some clarification on
I
that.
understand what you just said.
What's the clarification? I don't understand what the clarification.
I just said that we're elected to serve all the members of the city of Hoboken, so I look forward to working with all the members.
But you said chain of the command.
Right, we approved the chain of command a few months ago that does state that we are responsible to the citizens of Hoboken.
Okay. I didn't understand that. Okay. Irene?
Do you read?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jean Marie. I'm
No, I'm going to make it very short. I don't think my microphone isn't working. No, so I just want to make it just short and sweet. I was just very, very impressed with the passion in the room, the respect that most of you had presented to us, and I'll certainly consider, your passion in our moving forward here. Thank you very much.
Okay, Irene?
Yes. The passion was overwhelming. I mean, it really, it was moving, and it's hard not to, it's clear. It's clear that you love your school. And I think that's a wonderful thing, and it's a beautiful thing, and maybe it's good that we're going to start working together, because, I mean, I was always about that, right? I was doing the tours of the high school, trying to bring people together, so I think that we need to be cognizant, too, that the public school parents love their schools, too, and I think it is kind of a hard decision, right? Because there is an impact no matter what we do, and if we can work together to try to mitigate that impact, I think that would be awesome, and I would love to hear some of the ideas, and I would love to invite you, as you invited us to Ola, I would love for you to come to see the high school. I mean, there's been open houses, and I would love for people to come, so at least we all know what we're talking about, and also just be careful. I mean, I know it's been a very heightened thing, but I think we need to be careful of words like strangling and attacking, and because I take my role as a board member very seriously, and as Peter says, maybe we represent the taxpayers of Hoboken, but those taxpayers of Hoboken charge us with educating the children in the public schools, and you have your board members, we have ours, and hopefully we can work together, but my priority is the children of this school, so I would have to weigh that when I weigh the different decisions, but I think the open dialogue is great. And I think it was awesome to hear about the school. I think it was interesting to meet the different people, and hopefully the communication will continue both ways.
Okay. Tom? Do you have anything?
We're going to go back around.
Okay. I usually don't say much at meetings, and I agree with some of the sentiments expressed already. Dr. Toback, I appreciate your willingness to listen and to open this up for further discussion and dialogue. And I think that is testament to a lot of, or that contradicts a lot of what I heard tonight in that passionate statements, that the superintendent and the board does listen. Another thought, I don't think anybody in this room has been thinking about traditional public schools and charter schools longer than I have, right? I was in this room at that podium in, 1995, right? It was hostile then, and it's still not a perfect situation in the state of New Jersey. And I think that's the issue that, Dr. Toback, you raised in your letter, which is, can't we fix this somehow? Can't we talk about it? Can't we discuss this? And figure out what's good for this city. What do we need? What do we want? What are we willing to pay for? Because there are financial implications in all of these decisions. So I think the dialogue is important. I would like that the dialogue, as I think Irene was saying, if we can just tone it down a little bit. I mean, I heard also some ultimatums here tonight, and I don't think that's the way you start a dialogue. So as we begin this process, we will keep an open mind, despite the accusations that I heard tonight. And I hope that you keep an open mind, and other parents do too, that we're all in this together. I said those exact words all those years ago. So moving forward, I mean, I just hope that we can, go for coffee at that gentleman's shop and figure out a way to figure out our differences and what's best for all of us. The final thought, and I was elected last year, and I I made it clear as a charter school founder that I was now running for a position on this board to represent the children in the traditional public schools and to make these schools as good as they can, and they are my sole focus right now. I have to be honest about that. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. I guess the microphone's not working.
You without a microphone.
Yeah. That's what I wish, but we'll make room here. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the parents that have come out tonight, as Ola is an amazing community. I am a proud Ola dad. I've had 2 children go through the public schools in college, and my little one, Leah, who's 9 years old, had this dialogue with me because she heard about the grumblings about what was going on. And she said, "Dad, why do you guys want to object?" She actually said the word object to us expanding. And I said, "Honey, but that's not me." I said, "Of course, I'm supporting Ola, and I'm against it. I've always fought for Ola, and I've always been in the minority, fighting for Ola." And I said to her, 5 years ago, we had a great opportunity in the public schools to make this concept model ours in dual language immersion. And we missed that opportunity. And as a matter of fact, I said everything in life happens for a reason. So as a creation of that missed opportunity, you have Ola. And I said, honey, lo and behold, you need to always remember that as long as you fight for what you believe in, and as long as you know that a child's education is priceless, you cannot go against what's best for the parents and you, the children of this city. So for me, it's personal because I felt insulted when I saw the letter. And I was hurt because I felt we should be moving into a position of unity. We heard that theme tonight over and over. Threading embrace and partnership, collaboration. But unity ultimately is what we should be moving into, as we know we have a divided city. And the healing process doesn't just begin with the conversation. Because I had many questions. How did this come about? The timing of it after an election. A lot of questions that ran through my mind. And I was troubled because it comes through governance. Nothing gets on the agenda as a resolution unless it goes through governance. Members who sit on governance are 4 out of the 9 members here on this board. And I was really upset. But I knew that Dr. Toback was a reasonable man, an honest man, that once he felt the will of the parents, he would listen. And that my colleagues, which I challenge you this evening, to have the courage tonight to give parents certainty by making a pledge, memorializing your commitment that we will not support any objection to the expansion of Ola. Let's put our money where our mouth is. And I am impassioned, just like you parents, because your speeches tonight were heartfelt, passionate. You really, really care about our community, not just Ola, but Hoboken. And you love it as much as I do. And we've been on this side of the attacks. And George, yeah, it felt like an attack, again on Ola. But I believe that tonight you have an opportunity to serve a greater purpose. And I ask my colleagues tonight to give our parents from this district, the Ola community, the certainty that they desire this evening, while the conversation will be opened up and the discourse will continue. Let's let them go home with certainty, because uncertainty is the enemy of prosperity. And I ask all of you, my colleagues tonight, have the courage to do what is right, let right be might, and let's give these parents what they're looking for tonight. Say, we will not support an objection to the Ola expansion school. Que viva Ola! That's what I want to say. Que viva Ola! And Board President, I will put that out there after Ms. McAllister and yourself. Please, let's make a pledge. Let's give the parents a commitment tonight, saying we give the direction to the superintendent. Let's give them that direction. Leave it alone, let's kill it, and let's make it happen. Que viva Ola.
I think, well, first, I just want to say to Inez that it is an interest to everyone, but Inez brought it up in her comments, that, yeah, Inez and myself and Irene, we were all together on the same side with similar thoughts when, in 2008. I wasn't a board member. I wasn't part of the vote, but I was part of an opinion which was concern about starting the program. And it wasn't about, it was about transparency. It was about whether enough research had been done. And I very distinctly remember, and I think you probably do too, that I said, do it right and start it in a year. And what's interesting is that when we were applying for the charter, I was like, oh, that's a great thing. Because at that time, we knew so little about the budget or understood the school board budget that most people believed that all funding for charters came from a completely different place, not from the state, that it wasn't part, we didn't understand the relationship to the levy, we didn't understand anything about that because everything was very opaque at the time for us, and we didn't know that. So it seemed like a great thing that it was a charter, and it was a great thing as a charter. They filled their application. It's a very tough thing. It's an impressive job. It's a flourishing school. I know people that I just know that I didn't realize were all the parents that are here. But I think the best thing that came out of, and when the letter came out the other day, which I didn't see until, well, I don't know when you got on, I know you're having trouble, but I didn't see it until the agenda came out. I found it Monday because we've been, yesterday. I find it interesting that the one person who said, told the quote, "The way we see the problem is the problem." And it's also the way we interpret things that we're reading. So when I read the letter, I have a completely different interpretation of what was said in the letter than you all as parents at OLA did. And those are the conversations that I've had over the course of today with different 3 OLA parents that I talked to. They're very long conversations. I'm scared I'm mentioning them on tape because I was working today. So, it was quite a bit of my day, and unfortunately they were long conversations, and I couldn't really respond to other people who had emailed me, and I apologize for that. But I think we have to remember that this is an impact statement by the superintendent directed at Commissioner Cerf. And I do applaud Dr. Toback in that he did it in a public way, because he can send an impact statement, I would think, to Commissioner Cerf without telling the board or without telling the public. And I'm very proud of him that he did it in a public way to allow this to be said, because it is I believe, and I'm sorry if I'm saying this not exactly right, part of the charter application is an impact statement that the superintendent can make on what's happening in the district. So I'm glad that he did it in an open method, and he put it out there an open way and put it out there before it even came before the board. But the thing that I like best about tonight is that there's a discussion that he made and a promise to this community that there would be a dialogue and a discussion. And I think that that is an important dialogue to have, especially since so many of you nice parents came up and talked about interest in being here through 7th and 8th and then possibly attend in the high school. It means you're interested in the district. And I think that it's a good process to start. And that's the way I would like it to happen. We're the Board of Education. We are not here to write an impact. We are not writing an impact statement. This is not, we didn't have input into that letter. This is based on his experience as an educator, just as Ms. Sargent is wrote an application, for the expansion based on her experience as the school director and with input from her educational staff and the board and what it was. And that's where the conversation really belongs. And as board members, I really don't believe that our purview is to step in and, even though I understand what you're saying, Carmelo, I want this process to happen, and I want it to happen through Dr. Toback and the reach out that he discussed, because I think he's extended a hand. I also like to just remind everybody that the Hoboken board, the whole board, tries to be a good neighbor to the charter schools. I mean, when Hoboken Charter had their terrible, terrible fire, I have a very dear friend whose children go there, and I got a text message from her, and I was in my house, and I was like, what? You know, that there was a fire. And of course, I live right near Demist. I looked out the window thinking she was talking about a lesion, which I would be able to see. And then I realized who the text was from, and she called me. I called her, and I said, what's going on? And she told me, and I said, I'm hanging up because I'm going to call Dr. Toback. And I hung up the phone, and I called Dr. Toback, and it was our first day of school. And and he had all his principals in his office, and he dismissed his principals, and he went to assist and be a good neighbor. And he doesn't like us talking about this because he feels that it's inappropriate he doesn't want the glory for the act. And our buses did it, so I was really proud of us for being a good neighbor. And then we had, of course, horrible Sandy. Barbara and I are nodding at each other, sorry. But we had horrible Sandy, and it was it was like a very fluky thing that those trailers that are over here, even though they're past their useful life, but they're still okay. I mean, I don't want anybody to think that they're horrible. There were no children in them, and we had this opportunity to help there, and we did, and we actually have daycare. Is Daycare 100 still in there?
Yep.
Is still in there. So we want to be a good neighbor, and we want people to stay, and we want people to love their community. And I love Hoboken. I've been here for so long, I sometimes feel like I was born here, which is kind of strange. And my son keeps saying, please, I'm born and raised. I'm like, yeah, honey, you are. You know, so I know your love for the community, but I want the process to work out, because I love the idea of the dialogue and the understanding, and not to just make a blatant statement, you know, which isn't about doing what we're talking about here. So that's my feeling. No offense to your opinion, Carmelo.
Okay. Well, believe it or not, sometimes budgets do come up in a campaign. Who would have thought, right? And actually, budgets came up here. But what I took out of this is not about budgets. It's about that you spent all this time to say how much you loved your kids and how important they are to you and how they're the most precious thing, and you feel something is being taken away. Unfortunately, or the way the system is made, we have 4 school districts here, and we collaborate, but a lot of times we do compete for scarce resources. We love our kids as much as you love yours, and we have to feel how does our school district play in this interaction? So this is and actually I do have an out, so I'll try to say it, but this is what our role is. Our role is to represent the Hoboken public school system. Our role is to listen to people in the community, because the community affects our school system. When this community makes a proposal, we look towards our superintendent to make an impact statement. And it is our obligation to consider that impact statement and then to make a recommendation. And this I have to be clear about. It's a recommendation. It's just one piece of information that Commissioner Cerf gets when you make your application. When you make your application and you all go up to Trenton and make this presentation, believe me, it will have more of an impact than whether or not we agree that it might have whatever the word is, a harmful effect on our budget. The fact is, charter budgets, and it's not just Ola came up because this was the request. Charter budgets are rising about $1 million a year for our public school system. It's something that we have to pay and can be viewed as taking resources from ourselves. You may agree with that, you may not. One of the reasons for our January town hall is to show what we believe is the cash flow. It will be actually advertised where you will ask questions. You will challenge us, I hope, and say, you know, I don't think that's really the cash flow. This is what's really happening, and at least we'll be able to come to some agreement on what the facts are. The 2 points I want to get across is, one, if Dr. Toback did not suggest this letter, we would not be having this conversation now, and I think that's a really good thing. And the other thing is that we really do hear what you're saying, but the fact is, an impact statement will be presented to the board, and the board will then, I believe, have to act on it. Whether or not there will be an impact statement that is good or bad, we don't know, because apparently there's a dialogue that's going to start to take place. So I've taken away from this that now it's not about the money. It's about how strongly you feel about your children. We need to get along, but the fact is we're still 4 school districts, and it puts obligations on all of us that sometimes are obligations we wish we didn't have. But I thank you so much for coming. The meeting isn't over, but that's my comments.
The rest is boring.
Mr. President, Mr. President, just can I just offer a rebuttal? Just on the basis of, and I'm just, because I've been on this board long enough to know exactly that a statement like that, we have the power to basically, again, direct our superintendent into what we feel is right, and listening to the parents, like all of you said tonight. You listen to the parents. You've taken all their passion into account. But I do believe that if that's the case, then we really need to do the right thing, because there were inaccuracies in that letter. For instance, the fact that if that letter had been voted on tonight, it would have had the inaccuracy that Ola was abandoning their dual language immersion by middle school. That was incorrect. Secondly, it's almost like an implication of segregation. That is incorrect, in a sense, and I'm going to put it out there in the way that I felt. Now that you've said your statement, and I think it's imperative,
Mr. Garcia,
and I
please.
respect, but I
Mr.
respect
Garcia.
it. Mr. Gold, hold on, I had the floor.
Assemblyman,
Point of order then, point of order, and I have the floor.
No, Mr.
So I
Garcia.
appreciate, Mr. Gold, point of order, and I have the floor on the basis that I'm offering, you've made a statement. I don't want to come across, and I don't want this board to come across like hypocrites. That's what I'm trying to address here. If you make statements, then we have to own up to those statements with our actions, not with just our words. I greatly appreciate the groundbreaking opportunity for the conversation.
Mr. Garcia, please.
But at the end of the day, Mr. Board President, at the end of the day, I'm going to finish, and then I am going to finish. If you allow me to finish, then I will pass it back to you. I just want to be clear that this board has the power, the opportunity, and the right to truly back what it said tonight with its actions, to say to the superintendent, we do not need an impact statement. We do not want to have a letter objecting to the expansion. We have that power. Make no mistake about it. Thank you, Board President.
No, I'm going to... Mr. Garcia, you're a board member. If you have some motion to make, that's your prerogative.
So I would like to make a motion to present a resolution that would state the following: that we, the Board of Education, at this juncture, will not allow any objection to the expansion of the OLA application.
I got to ask the lawyer before.
Point of order.
Point of order.
You got a motion, a second.
Wait, point of order. Vito, I need some guidance.
You want me to use the whereas is? I can't.
I've been here 4 years. I've never seen a motion from the floor.
We've done it. We've always done motions on the floor.
4 years.
Vito?
Yes, sir.
I need some guidance.
Go ahead. What's your question?
My question is what Mr. Garcia doing appropriate in terms of the fact that the agenda item was in fact tabled?
Well, I don't think.
Poll.
Yeah, I don't think he's asking for a vote on. There is no agenda item. He's seeking to create one, which would be a resolution, as I take it, that asks that no impact statement be submitted. Is that?
That's correct. That no letter impact statement letter be generated against the expansion of OLA.
I would like to rebuttal.
Wait, we're going to be able to, wait, if this is a motion, of course, we're going to discuss it. I mean, there's just, so where do we stand now in terms of Robert's Rule of Order, or what, where are we now?
Well, I think Robert went home a long time ago.
I thought so also, but
Well, obviously, as the chair, you control this, so you can debate the.
So what is the motion you're making?
The board president, first of all, offered me the opportunity to make a motion. I made a motion. There was a second on the floor.
I don't know what the motion is.
The motion was presenting a resolution, creating it here right now, a resolution, whereas the Hoboken Board of Education does not want the superintendent of schools to present an impact statement or letter against the expansion of the OLA application.
And I second it.
Okay.
And then you can fill, Vito, as our attorney, you can fill all the whereases.
Okay.
I understand the motion.
Open for discussion.
Or do we open for discussion, or do we just
No, it's open
vote
for discussion.
and
Before
say
we
what we're
vote,
saying?
does anybody want to say anything about it before we vote?
Yeah, I mean, I would, because the state law specifically requests that or requires that the superintendent do submit a letter of recommendation. So just to clarify.
So the resolution should read, what would you like it to read?
Well, I just want to clarify your resolution that.
I said impact statement.
That it would only, no, you said letter of recommendation.
Well, nice, either or, that we do not submit an impact statement
I
or
just want to
letter.
clarify that your resolution says that we will direct the superintendent to write a recommendation to.
No.
Mr. Garcia?
No,
If I may?
it's very clear.
Would it-
Thank you, Tom, for the clarification.
Let me ask if the following would be in the spirit of what you're saying. That the board would direct the superintendent to submit an impact statement to the Commissioner of Education saying that the board takes no position on the application submitted by OLA.
That would be terrific. I think that's a win-win.
Because I agree that he's going to be submitting something. The content is that there's no objection.
That's correct.
To the
Yes.
request.
Thank you, Vito.
Okay. Excuse me?
Is it mandatory that that letter is submitted or not?
I'm not sure.
If it's not mandatory, because Tom is saying it was mandatory under state law.
Is it mandatory or not?
Is it mandatory?
An application to establish a charter, well, is it established and?
Please let.
Typically.
Okay, Dr. Toback, go ahead.
The Board of Education or state superintendent in case of certain district schools shall review the application and forward a recommendation to the commissioner within 60 days of receipt of the application. The commissioner shall have final authority to grant or reject the charter application.
So it says shall. So the answer is
Please, we have an attorney.
So I think that it's incumbent on the board to direct the superintendent to take a position. Now, obviously, you can be in favor, you can be against, you can say the board has no objection, and I understood the nature of your motion to be saying that the impact statement that you are requesting the board direct the superintendent to say has no objection to the proposed expansion. Is that correct?
That is correct. Or either whatever this board chooses on choice to say we are in favor of the OLA's application for expansion. I can amend it one way or the other. Whichever one is going to give us the end result of, quite frankly, listening to these parents, and as the board president highlighted, really taking that it's not about the budget. It's not about, if it's not about the money and it's about parents' choice and about a child's education and how priceless it is, then we would support that resolution that says exactly that.
Can I call the motion?
What?
Can I call the question then? Let's vote on it.
Which means we want to vote on it? I would like to just say that.
What are we voting on? I didn't.
We're going to.
Resolution.
Vito can recite. Vito, can you recite?
Wait, before you recite, I just want to make a statement and to consider that this closes the potential for communications.
Right, I mean, that's how
This is forcing an issue that could be more rationally discussed over time.
I doubt that, because the parents here made it clear tonight that that will not happen.
No, it doesn't. It's
Okay. We're going to have discussions about the motion before we vote on it.
All right, so the motion before the board then is that there's a motion that the board directs the superintendent to submit a letter to the Commissioner of Education stating that the Hoboken Board of Education has no objection to the proposed expansion of the OLA charter.
So if you're against the expansion, you vote no. If you're for the expansion, you vote yes.
I would clarify that by saying.
Please, I'm asking the attorney.
Yeah, the motion is specifically, and Mr. Garcia was nodding his head, so I think I've gotten it right, is that the board has no objection. You have no objection to the proposed expansion. That's
Okay.
how, if the motion passes, the superintendent would send a letter to the Commissioner of Education
Thank
saying
you.
the Hoboken Board of Education has no objection to the proposed
So
expansion.
yes means no objection.
Yes means no objection.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yes,
Reminds
yes,
me
Mr.
of another vote back. Okay. Okay, does anybody, before we vote on this, does anybody have any comments they want to make?
Yeah, I would make it clear that a no vote does not mean you are against the expansion. You are simply against this resolution.
Right, exactly.
Everybody understand that?
Now I'm,
No.
no, you got to explain to me
We
again.
can't let,
See, that's what's not fair about it.
but we shouldn't play with it, guys. Come on. Again,
No, that's what's unfair
we shouldn't
about
play
it.
with it. If
Yes,
you're,
yes.
With it.
come on, it's not.
No, I'm going to, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that doesn't
Okay,
understand.
let's just
What's
call
the vote, please? Let's vote. No,
Right.
I'm not as quick as you
If the
are.
motion is
We're going-
defeated, it does not mean the superintendent sends a letter saying he objects
He said,
to the
right, the
expansion.
dialogue.
It just means that the superintendent is where he is now, which is without specific direction from the board.
Right. Right.
So the motion's defeat does not mean that the opposite happens, that he sends a letter
Exactly, that's what
opposing it. It just means
Vote no.
you remain
Okay.
where you are.
Okay, good. Call the vote.
Mr. Biancamano?
Aye.
Mr. Garcia?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Moffett, the one question is in this particular case, is there a conflict of interest in your vote? Sorry.
All apparent?
I got 2 more meetings left. If you want me to defer.
Wait, please, this is like, this is a meeting, you want to run your meetings like this?
I'm not,
Vito?
not trying to
Is there a
obstruct
conflict
anything.
of
I'm
interest?
raising what is a reasonable question that should be considered by our attorney.
So the reasonable question was whether or not, because I'm an Ola dad,
Which probably would not have any effect on the
there's no
outcome.
personal gain to
But
me.
Is
Is there an employee in your family that works for
There's no personal gain. It's an expansion application. So, and listen, I'm willing to go on the record with what I believe in, whether or not you guys, and I'll be safe for last if you want. Call my name,
No, you're
last.
going to be called when you are, and if you feel you should vote, then
Okay,
please.
Vito, you were going to answer, Vito?
Yeah, my understanding is that your only connection with the school is that your daughter's a student there?
As far as, my wife works there, and with the after-school program.
I mean, it's
My vote is going to be yes, but regardless, I'll abstain and let you guys are the ones in the majority who have to vote your conscience and have the courage to do the right thing. So I'll abstain. That's no problem. I'll abstain.
I mean, I don't want to cross-examine you about your family's business.
Vito, you don't, listen, I'm transparent as it is, brother. They cross-examine me enough. Don't worry about it. So I don't have to worry about that. You know what? I will abstain. You guys have to live with it on your conscience on the decision you make.
Okay.
Recorded Mr. Garcia as abstain. Mr. Cliffell?
No.
Ms. Markle?
Absent.
Absent. I'm not Miss Mark.
Ms. McAllister?
I just want to say that I'm not going to undermine the superintendent with his ability to do what he wanted to do, which is have the conversation. And no, don't do that. I mean, we've sat here, we've listened. I mean, I'm being honest here. I don't want to undermine this. I want it to be the right way that he does, that he has the meeting. So, no.
How about you make your decision?
Excuse me. Okay. No. Who's next?
Ms. Mitchell?
With a clear conscience, no, I'm supporting my superintendent and the children of this public school district.
Today was a Mrs. Rosehern?
I don't believe this resolution, and I just need this clarification from Vito, has anything to do with the superintendent and if he decides to write a letter. Am I correct on this?
Right, my assumption...
We are not directing the superintendent to do anything.
No, my expectation is if this motion is defeated, the superintendent will come back to you with a recommendation in December or January. So you're not directing him to do anything. If the
Anything.
motion is defeated. That's right.
Correct. And the conversation still can continue with the Ola parents.
That's correct.
The dialogue still continues, whether this goes up or down, correct?
Correct.
That would be the natural, yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Okay, then I vote yes for the resolution.
Vito?
Favor.
Ms. Sobolov?
Yes, As I mentioned earlier, I was excited by the prospect of the open dialogue. Wait, it is wrong because my duty is to these children and it is to this district. And one of the reasons I've been here for 4 years, I have never seen a resolution on the fly because the point is that you discuss it. You have an open conversation. You discuss the parameters. Will there be an impact to the Hoboken Public Schools? There will absolutely be an impact to the Hoboken Public Schools. So how could I vote on this without knowing what that impact is to the families that I represent? Not saying that what the impact letter would say, but I don't even understand how I could vote on that after.
Easy, the same way you wrote this letter. Same thing.
So
Same way you wrote this letter.
I didn't write any letter, Pat.
Ms. Waiters?
So the vote is no. No.
Four to no.
Did you vote?
Just say whatever you want, Pat. Yeah.
Dr. Cole?
It's a shame that this vote was forced like this. I didn't want to have to vote on it, but you forced the issue for some points, fine. The answer is no.
Once again, you prove, I guess, Mr. Murray correct this evening, because you know what? You guys spoke about this in governance. This was spoken about in governance. This conversation you guys had weeks ago, months ago.
That letter
You
was
guys,
withdrawn.
but you spoke it in governance. Did you guys not go over the
We're
impact?
going to take a 2-minute recess.
Who's in governance?
Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, we're going to go over agenda items now. Well,
So all laws over?
Yes. Till public portion. Well, now we're on to district business.
just as a personal note, that vote was forced, and that's what happens when you get forced votes.
Well, President, it wasn't forced. You guys have been, you've had an opportunity in governance to have the dialogue and learn about the impact statement.
Dr. Toback is in here, I want to listen to
Yeah,
Dr.
exactly.
Toback.
But he's making a false statement on
No, it's
that.
not a false statement, but
It is. Irene, you said that you didn't know about the impact statement. You guys had about a month to talk about the impact statement.
We're going
and
to
what
take
would be
another
put there.
recess.
You could take all the recess you want, Board President.
Can we finish our board business now?
All right, I
don't
want to
mind
have a
that.
board meeting, not a fight among people.
Yeah, but you always got to throw something out there
Right.
as a dagger. It makes no sense.
We're going to talk now about the agenda. Before we vote on the consent agenda, I think Peter has some issues you want to bring up, please.
Yes. Are we pulling the items, or I'm just asking for?
Why don't we just go for
Okay,
information?
I see. No, I have 3.
Okay.
Governance and Personnel, number 7 on page 10, regarding the 504 officer at the Hoboken Junior Senior High School.
Yes.
I was just wondering, is this a title change, or is
No, this is an additional responsibility.
So this is another stipend that needs to be?
There is no stipend attached to it. If there was a stipend, it would include that. So
I see.
I could double check on that, but.
Because if we're
there's no
giving another
stipend.
responsibility,
Normally,
normally there's another
anytime we do
stipend.
that, there's a stipend attached, so there's no stipend.
So there's no stipend attached. Okay. And then Governance and Personnel, number 13, on page 14, regarding the, the substitute principal pool. I was just wondering, why isn't this filled by a vice principal? Do we have to get? Go ahead.
So there's a very good answer for that. Okay. One, I attended a few weeks ago the commissioners' convocation, and there were a lot of different topics, relevant topics that were discussed. And one of the big issues was with the new evaluation system, the principals in every school district are required to do 3 to 4 times as many observations as they have been required to do in the past, somewhere in that range. That's hundreds of evaluations. So there was a panel of districts that already went through the new evaluation model. They were pilot districts. So there was a team of people, teachers, administrators, that took part in this panel. And the recommendation from the panel, people who have been through this, was that the only thing that the district can do to assist the principals is to provide substitute principals, people who can come, step in, and periodically give them the time they need to go do these observations, to write these observations in great detail. Originally, the Department of Ed, when they came up with all this, this change, they said, oh, don't worry about it, you'll be able to hire outside consultants, you'll be able to bring in other people to do these evaluations. So then that all changed. The answer was no, you really can't do that.
Right.
It has to be principal, it has to be the vice principal. Therefore, in order to support them, in order to allow them to do their job, we need the substitute principals.
I see. So these substitute principals will come in even when there's a vice principal present then?
Because they're also doing evaluations.
Right.
You have to remember that the principal and the vice principal are both doing an inordinate amount of evaluations of teachers.
Okay. And then my final...
Okay, no, sorry.
My final question is on finance number 8 in terms of the approval of the contracts. I noticed that Catapult Learning is being approved for several different contracts. I'm just confused about what these contracts are. Are we bringing them back, or?
Well, Catapult, it provides various non-public services, so there's basically a flow-through arrangement where in the environment of a non-public school, they provide IDA-related services, 192, 193, which are special ed-related services.
I see.
And other type areas where it relates back to Title I services.
So this is not anything to do with the early childhood coming back through Catapult? I see.
No, these four do not.
These do not. Okay, thank you. No further.
Vito, I'm going to have to ask for clarification again. On the agenda item that we voted on, what are the behavioral consequences of that? What does that say will happen? What does that say won't happen? What options are available?
The motion that was voted down earlier?
Yes.
So it's as if that didn't happen. That is to say, there is no recommendation presented to the board by the superintendent at this time, so there's no action for the board to take. Dr. Toback has said that after meeting with various interested parties, he will come back to you with a recommendation, presumably, but not necessarily through the governance committee again. And there will be a recommendation from the superintendent through a committee for board action. I don't know that he committed to do it for the December or January meeting, but that's where we are. So I think that it's going to, my assumption is it's going to be December, not because Dr. Toback said that, but because he wants to honor the 60-day deadline in the statutory section that Mr. Klubfeld read prior to break. So that's my expectation. So there's no action for the board to take right now, but it's awaiting a recommendation from the superintendent in all likelihood at the December meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have a question on what Peter asked about.
Okay, please.
Before, about the principals and the vice principals. Is it because I see it in the school where I work, the principals have to do more of the in-classroom observations?
Yes.
So their time is taken away. They can't even do their paperwork anymore because of that.
Well, that's part of the problem.
Right.
And the other part of the problem is ultimately, if you're going to do an observation, and these observations, so when I used to work as a principal, occasionally you would be interrupted, but this is a whole lot more in the way of high stakes. So you really can't have that happen. You have to be there, you have to do the observation, you can't be disrupted. And in any other circumstance, they would be disrupted on an ongoing basis because things happen during the course of the day. So the person who comes as substitute principal would be there to take care of 99% of the business that the principal would have to deal with, and then whatever else that they can't handle, the principal would hopefully deal with when they come back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any questions about agenda items? Make a motion for a consent agenda. Is there a second?
Are we going to do it in sections?
It's consent agenda for everything, right?
What?
Can we do the whole thing?
Yeah, I was going to do the whole thing.
Minutes, too?
So, the whole thing. Who seconded? Anybody?
seconded.
We have public portion.
Mr. Biancamano?
Yes on everything except for the minutes, 6.01. No on those.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes, with the exception on the abstention for the minutes.
Mr. Klubfeld?
Yes.
Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Kearns?
Yes on everything and no on the minutes.
Mrs. Sobolov?
Yes.
And Dr. Cole?
Yes. Okay, that passed. Now we have the public portion. How many people?
I voted no because I didn't feel that the minutes were as thorough as they should be, so I voted no. That's my personal.
I got the no vote, I just don't know what that means. Why would it be yes or no vote against minutes?
Let me, the minutes passed, right?
It's passed.
Yeah.
So we approved the minutes. If more people said we didn't approve the minutes, I guess they'd send it back to be written. I've never seen that before. So, but that's what it would mean. Thank you. Okay.
Well, you have seen the minutes being taken off when they weren't correct.
Exactly, then they were corrected, and then they came back. But I never seen them just say, never bring them back. How many public speakers, please?
How many total is 11, with one individual spoke earlier, so we're down to 10.
Okay, we have 10 public speakers?
Or less, yeah.
Okay, let's please mention the person and let's go
Patricia
on.
Waiters.
Just to clarify it to you, sir, the public portion is on any matters of any concern. That's what the public portion means. And that's what I waited for 4 hours for. Patricia Waiters, 1233 Park Avenue.
Excuse me, Patty. Ms. Waiter, I just want to tell you that timer broke.
Ma'am, I'm aware of the compliances with the meetings, please. Don't waste my time. All right, Patricia Waiters, I'm counting down now. 10, 12. Again, I want to congratulate 2,021 people that came out and voted for me. Unfortunately, we had a dirty, very, very dirty election. It's sad I can't stand here tonight and congratulate none of you, and I won't. But I will refuse to stand at this microphone for the next 3 years, with the exception of you, Mr. Clumford, for the next 3 years and have you harass me, bully me, gag me, Robert rule me. I'm not having it, okay? When we ran, y'all sat across the stage with me and you said we're gonna work together. You told a bunch of lies. Tonight, I'm not gonna waste my whole 5 minutes, but like I told you, availability with Pat Waiters is right here, written in black and white. Definitely, I want to clarify this. Miss Sobolov have the nerve to go on the internet and say what we say is bald-faced lies. Due to the unaccepted resignation of the culinary art program is going to be interrupted. You had the nerve to rebuttal me and say, well, my son went today. It's not worth it, Ms. Sobolov, because I'm not going to go word to word with you. Now, when I say dirty politics, I ran a clean campaign, and it touched my heart in spite of the fact that I was supposed to be on the ticket with them too. Numbers don't lie. Pat Wade has been running 5 years. I'm not disappointed. What disappoints me is the 2,021 people that stopped me in the street and said, Patricia, I voted for you. And I tell them, you don't owe me no explanation, because Pat Waiters is a fighter. I run for the board because I want to do for this city. And it showed you tonight, we're going to come out in numbers. The election just started, okay? Because if you think that we're going to be bullied and you keep talking about kids first, our kids been nothing but first. Your biological kids is first. That you want to keep promoting the theater program and your son gets 6 parts, according with Miss Minatulo's son too. That's what kids first is. Absolutely not. Okay, when you had 200 people informing Miss Ohouse, wait, don't tell me what to say, please, sir. Don't tell me what to say. You are, no, you're out of order. I'm not bringing it down. I'm not bringing it down. I'm very emotional. I was cheated and I was robbed. And to see you run for office and sit there tonight and do the very same thing that failed our school system, and you ran for office with the mayor's support. With another mayor, I told you keep politics out. I wanted to see do any of y'all have integrity to at least say, you know what, Dawn, don't support me, because if you would have ran alone, you would have lost. You have no money, you have no chair. I refuse to buy a chair, a volunteer position in Hoboken. I refuse, because I could give my support now and my energy to the people. How could you walk and look in people's face? Look in people's face and know you got a political agenda and a political motive to only satisfy the endorser. That's where Mr. Toback's letter came from. Mr. Toback don't have a clue what's going on in our city. And I feel bad because I told him from day one, stop letting this board, okay, they appointed the superintendent, but he don't have to listen to y'all. If his resume speaks for itself, he shouldn't be intimidated about losing his job. He should do a job to serve the people in this city. And that's what you don't do. Okay, and we're not having it. I have a bunch of information that's very valuable with the letter tonight. Next time, Ms. Sobolov, post your picture next to it, because these words is you 100%. These words that you recommend to Dr. Toback is you. When we had a problem with other charter schools, you didn't mention that. This is an attack for Mr. Garcia. Thank God you're going to be in assembly, because you're going to see a lot of me. Just like I told Cory Booker, there's somebody over you. Remember that. There's the State Board of Education. Here's a 29-page application I'm going to give to each and every parent in Ola to do step 2. We're not going to stand here and baffle back and forth with you, and you got a private agenda to use our public school dollars with. I refuse. And I'm not intimidated by your majority versus the minority. The majority is the people that's in the Board of Education, the employees, the students, the teachers, the workers, where stipends is being cut, and the same political mumbo jumbo is being gambled. okay? So I'm sick of people coming to me as the advocate and activist and said, Patricia, I lost my stipend. Patricia, they moved Jody. Patricia, this and that. But you're not telling the facts. You're telling everybody what a wonderful school system it is. You segregated the school system. You got a bus picking up at 7 o'clock at night, dropping off a bunch of reject kids, you call it. You forcing the kids out of the school system. Yes, our kids. This is facts. Every time a kid have a problem, you kicking them out of school. But you want the funding money, but you don't want to deal with it. Something is going to be done. I will not congratulate you, and it's not out of me being a sore loser, because I'm a winner. 2021 people, I'm a winner. And the way this room was packed tonight is going to continue to be packed like that until you give the Board of Education back to the parents and the people that live here, and stop playing politics with our kids' future. Okay, because you have nothing to lose, Mr. Gold, but want to be recognized as Dr. Gold, because one day you hope you'll be sitting in that chair. But if Pat Waiter's got something to do with it, you won't. Okay, so this is only step one. Step one. So jump on the bandwagon and get ready to ride.
Thank you, Ms. Waiters.
Yes?
There's a few quick things that need to be addressed. One regarding...
Do you want to do everything?
No, let him do it now.
Okay, regarding the culinary arts teacher, just some quick points. There was a culinary arts teacher that was hired on October 28th and has been working at the high school since then, replacement for Giselle Washington. 2, there are no employee stipends that have been cut. Any changes in stipend amounts are part of the negotiation process, and those stipends have been cut. 3, in terms of students being removed from the district, any students removed from the district were removed through a legal expulsion process that took place not in view of the public, but as required by law. And so that does periodically happen. Those are incidents, serious incidents that are called to the attention of the Board of Ed. But there's a procedure that's followed, and
Others call it to my attention, and that's reject. It's not.
it's not...
Others call it to my attention. Those kids are patient. You're not patient enough to have patience with those kids.
Okay.
Go one of us and knows what kids they are.
Please.
If there's a situation where a student commits a serious crime against another student or a staff member, that's something we tend to look at very seriously and address in a serious way. 41 kids.
We don't need this conversation. Okay, next person.
Anthony Oland?
He's not there. I think he left.
How about Jen Sargent?
She left. She signed the wrong thing, I think.
Barbara Martinez?
She's gone. She left.
Eileen Riley?
Go ahead, she spoke already.
Janice Madrid?
I think she spoke already.
Tia Narcisco?
Spoke.
Ruben Ramos?
He spoke already, he's gone, he left. Is Ruben here?
And Brian Murray.
There he is.
Brian, the timer broke. I'm timing on this, just so that you know.
He doesn't trust you.
I can't get my phone to work. That's terrible. Here we go.
I'm not going to cheat.
Just so I have
Okay.
my time. Thank you. Brian Murray, 701 Monroe Street. I'd first like to take this opportunity, since I will not be here for the next board meeting, to thank Mr. Garcia for his service on this board and all the hard work that he's done on behalf of all the children, especially in the Latino community, where, as it looks right now, unless there's an appointment that fills his shoes of the same ethnic makeup, that those children will be somewhat underserved on this board going forward. But thank you so much, Mr. Garcia, for all of your work on this board and enlightening parents to the issues and really helping the families.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, for those kind words. And it wouldn't just be the Latino, it's also the minority community and African Americans and others, so thank you.
You know, it's funny that there was this letter that everybody was up in arms about. It's 7 pages long. There's an article attached. Then there's blogs that are attached to that. Then there are political flyers attached to that. You know, that took an awful long time to put together to then just be pulled from the agenda. You know, it sort of begs the question then, who wrote it? Who wrote it? You know, I think that everybody here is talking about the money, because that's really what it came down to. The vote tonight was about the money. And you can call it about the public school kids versus the charter school kids, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it was the money. Only 48 cents out of every dollar goes into the public schools classrooms. Where does the rest of that money go? That's what we should be looking at, is if we want to talk about the money, it's like, where does the rest of that money go? By the way, those are nice laptops you guys are all using there tonight. Where does that money go? So let's get back to that letter for just a second. Page 5 on that letter at the bottom says, because we have 4 school districts and because 3 of those districts' charters are a voting block, there are serious and unfair implications to our board members. That sounds so much like Dr. Toback's words. It's shocking, but I guess he did write that letter. I just think, I feel for the guy when several of the board members actually threw him under the bus tonight when it was time for their turn to vote on whether they would support that resolution, and they threw him under the bus, and they're going to go behind the scenes, as we discussed, and said, well, you're going to have to write another letter. One thing that you probably don't know about those OLA folks is that they are very committed. You've just kicked the hornet's nest. They only had a couple of days to marshal that many people. I would suggest that your next meeting be in the gym, although I'm not going to be here, because they'll have 3 times as many people. You might get a few of your own guys to actually show up at that point, but they're going to have 3 times as many people. And then the last thing I want to talk about are the lies. I agree with Pat Waiters about Ms. Sobolov's lies. Not only 2 weeks ago did we have a debate, and we talked about the field trips and having the walking field trips be approved by the Board of Ed, and she said, no, I'm going to go post that little snippet on my blog, on my website. But here we have one just approved tonight. A walking field trip from Brant at 9th and Park to Torna's Pizza, which is on the opposite side of 9th and Park. Now, if Dr. Toback can't approve a field trip to cross the street, do you really think that he wrote that whole letter all by himself and submitted it here so that, without any guidance from this board? I just find that hard to believe. And I have the lies right here, Ms. Sobolov. I have your words on tape, and I have the lies, and I have it right here. I'm going to start creating a little lie list for you. Thank you.
Wait, tape.
Wait, but actually, can I just make the motion to close? Yeah. Motion to close?
Second.
Oh, no, I take it back. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Mr. Connors, right?
Yeah, thank you. So prior to coming tonight, I reached out to 3 different people that I know that are pretty high in the food chain in Hoboken politics. And I told them about what was going on, and I said, is there any, will this meeting, the people will have any impact on the decision criteria? And going back to Ola, and I'm not going to get into this, but
sure.
So the 3 aforementioned people both shared with me, you can go, it'll be educational, but at the end of the day, the decision is made, and it's going to come down to finances. Okay, and to some degree, I can appreciate that. So if you guys would be kind enough to share with me, I mean, it clearly did come down to finances, so that was reinforced. But if you guys would be kind enough to share with me what the decision criteria was or is for you as we move forward, and even if it is finances, I understand what exact finances need to be in place in order to move forward with the OLA community.
Mr. Connors, I don't remember your first name.
It's Adam.
I think, what? Well, Mr. Connors.
I've been called worse.
Okay. I think that's why this motion was so ambiguous. The motion said, we're not going to instruct Dr. Toback to write a letter. What? How does this go? Again.
Instruct Dr. Toback to send a letter.
That he has
The board had
no
no objection to proposed expansion of the OLA charter school.
Right. So that did not preclude those meetings that we were talking about. What it just said was at this point in time, the instructions to tell him to write a letter that he had no objection was defeated. It's not as yes and no as I think some people, now, I mean, you know what my criterion is, so I'm not going to, but the motion itself, I think, is hard for me to really get my hands around it.
I mean, I'll repeat if you want, Mr. President. I think the position of the board is that.
No, I thought the finance was in relationship to that motion.
Whether it's
Or is it moving
Or is it in relationship to, I misinterpreted.
It's just to really better understand. So you guys got pushed into a corner to make a decision tonight, right? Does that seem fair? Is that a fair,
Some of us see it that way, some don't. Some of us.
Okay, so you had to make a decision without knowing all of the facts that we were looking for, or hoping to provide for you tonight. You had to make a decision, and it was based on money, which is my interpretation. And if it was based on money, what I'm just trying to understand is the rolling back those finances and figuring out where. I'm not articulating this well.
No, but let the board members answer.
Yeah, okay.
So if Mr. Connors,
Yes, correct.
if you're done with your remarks, what we do now, because I think he's the last speaker?
Yes,
Am I correct?
you can answer.
We have like kind of an open discussion, and if we want, we address. So
Okay.
thank you for
Yeah, thank
attending
you.
tonight, and thank you for your comments.
And I appreciate you guys.
Okay.
Now you're going to be forced to listen.
Yeah, now you're stuck. So,
Please,
does...
I thought you wanted to answer.
Well, I mean, now we're done with public
Now we're done with the
portions,
pub, so now we can say
We're having our
stuff, yeah.
final thing.
So if somebody wants to
But I was
address-
just saying, doesn't usually Dr. Toback say...
Just, as far as, there was a question about, I guess, these walking field trips. Now, interestingly, the board policy actually says that the walking field trips can actually be approved by the principal.
Right.
It's that simple. And some of the principals do. Other principals feel that they would be more comfortable in making sure that this is all approved by the board, so that way there's no issues and they just feel better that way. So as far as I'm concerned, I've notified them. I told them that if they'd like to approve walking field trips, they're welcome to do that. The board policy covers them, provided there's no cost to the district. But honestly, if they feel that they'd rather make sure the board was aware, that's okay, because they're used to doing that, and they're used to doing that because at the insistence of the former superintendent, Mr. Carter, who wanted to know every single field trip that was out there. So I don't see the net gain or loss by having the board look at what field trips the kids are involved in and where they're going and what they're doing. There's no reason that they can't be notified or aware of the different things that are happening in the school district. Now, and I guess the second speaker really just had questions for you as board members.
Anybody else want to say anything? Nope.
Mr. President, I'd like to address Mr. Connor's question because I think some folks have not shared numbers. I think when you do the math, it's about 44 students on an expansion of 7th and 8th grade times about $10,800. So it'd be $475,000 in the next 2 years. Unless Mr. Moffitt or the board president or the chair of the finance committee can give a different estimation of what that entails. So in essence, that's what we're talking about, pretty much.
You're talking about, by 2018, 2019, the projected enrollment of the school being 405 students, which at that point would be about 100 students more than what the current enrollment is. So that's the net effect over the next few years, 100 students.
So in essence, the net effect on a $64 million budget, which is what we're speaking of here. So 475 is what I calculated on the basis of those students in the 6th grade going up to 7th grade and then 8th grade, because it's 2 classes per grade. So those are roughly the numbers that I guess some folks have not shared. And of course, these numbers have been discussed in finance, in governance. So they should be available as to what the cost is, if it is about the budget, if it is about the funds, then that's what relatively we're talking about, which we can look into eventually down the road, that $64 million budget, how to basically decrease certain expenses we have, increase in other areas to go put the money back into the classroom as we're trying to do. And to my colleagues here, as a board, you know, I know that we talk about planning, the financial plan, forecasting, and we shouldn't, my biggest problem is that a child's education is priceless, as to what was demonstrated here in the Ola community coming out tonight, and it shouldn't be on the backs of all our students that we are looking to fill in our coffers or look at other ways. We shouldn't, and that's my biggest problem, is that we should be looking internally as to how do we gel, and how do we coexist, and how do we flourish through a process of osmosis, not on the backs of those students and these parents who clearly demonstrated that with that uncertainty, that anxiety, we created an anxiety this evening that we had an opportunity to basically quell. And that was my biggest issue, because in the letter it did say that you had, in the opinion of the majority of the board, the support to proceed. And that was in the letter, in the opinion of the majority of the board, which means we didn't even vote on it yet, but yet there was a conversation prior to that. You felt that the majority of this board was going to support the objection to the application expansion.
Not at all.
No, that was the
But that was in the letter. I'm just going based on what was in your letter, Dr. Toba. That's all. I'm just pointing out what was in the letter. It said clearly, it said clearly, okay, it says, this letter represents the opinion of the majority of the board. That's what it said in that letter.
If it had passed, if it had passed.
It would represent the majority.
It's
If it had
hypothetical.
passed.
Correct, but Tom, you're right, but if the parents didn't come out tonight in 24 hours to demonstrate and to show how democracy can work for education for their children, we would have probably just took the vote tonight, and it would have been passed, saying that we were, in essence, we're authorizing the superintendent to object to the application expansion of OLA and the misconnotation of the renewal to that, which I understand, that was not the intent in that aspect, but that's what the interpretation was, along the lines of not supporting the application to expand.
Okay,
Okay.
are you done?
Are there any more discussion on this?
I would like to just,
Well, not discussion, right now we're just doing statements.
I just wanted to address Mr. Connor also. He asked a question.
Okay, please.
We're just going all over, like?
Well, he asked a question.
I'm sorry.
For me, the criteria, and I think I mentioned that also, is that I, as a district trustee, would have to weigh the impacts on our children, right? And I feel the same way. I don't think the decisions should have to be based on the backs of children, but there is a cost. I mean, education is priceless, but there is a cost. So there will be an impact to, there are parents in our district that are nervous too about their expanding. I mean, we've just started a new middle school. We have these programs starting in the high school. Everybody says that they want to have the high school. That takes money, so you have to make that decision. I think last year it was somewhere around $500,000 or $600,000. So it's not a small amount of money, but I was encouraged by the prospect of having some kind of dialogue. Maybe we can find different ways of efficiencies, or we can find different things and maybe find a way to work that out. But I know that our parents are just as anxious that some of the things that they enjoy and that they see coming and the progress that's been made recently isn't cut back because there's progress for somebody else. I think that's a really hard thing, that the state puts the community in that kind of position. It shouldn't be. I think that if the state as a whole says that they are interested in having all of these districts, then we should maybe find a different way to fund it. I think it's hard that the communities have to fight amongst each other. But I just wanted to add that.
It would be very helpful if there was a more direct method of funding.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful.
We're not in a situation where, on both sides, there's the concern that ultimately one group of children will benefit over another group of children. And that's ultimately the balancing act that we're talking about here, that one group of children would benefit over another group of children, depending on how finances play out.
Right.
Because ultimately finances play into how many textbooks you have, other kind of educational resources, lab equipment, 1,000 other things. So there is a factor there, and that's really the root and the point of my letter, and the idea that there's got to be a better way.
Right, there has to be a better way.
Just acknowledging the fact that there is an impact.
Right, right.
Please.
And, you know, I think the other thing, and, you know, in these moments that we're having these meetings, you don't always get to say everything that you think you're going to remember to say. And the other thing about the impact letter is one of the interesting things in it is it talks about just the process of how charters are established. And one of the conversations that I was having with the handful of OLA parents that I spoke to today was something that all the charter schools try very hard to do, which is brought up in your letter, which is represents the cross-section of the community. And they all really would love to have a better cross-section and to have a better job, do a better job of attracting the less advantaged children in the community. And where in a homogeneous community, the lottery system is of course going to create it's all going to be homogeneous if it's a homogeneous community. But in a diversified community like ours, the lottery there's a whole different thing going on with the lottery and what happens. And when our schools end up in different peer groups, it means that it hasn't happened here. And I know all the charters want to address that. They all have said when these conversations come up in educational kind of conversations, oh, we really try, we go out, we try to approach. And I think that that's part of what is talked about in this letter. And I all think those are really valid things that got mentioned in here for Commissioner Cerf to think about as a general overview of how chartering is done and how the process works so that it works better. And I like that those kind of things are in the letter, and I still would like those important things to be communicated to the commissioner. And I think this is a perfect opportunity, because that's not about yes or no OLA expansion. That's about let's make all our schools what everybody wants them to be, which is a cross-section of all the school students in Hoboken. So that I like too.
Ruthie, if I may, just
We're just all making.
No, I know, and I appreciate that. And again, this dialogue leads me to just say this. I can attest to how hard OLA works in trying to get the messaging into the housing authority community. And
No, I'm not. That's exactly what I said.
and the traditional.
Did I not say?
No, yeah, that's what I'm going to expound. I want to expound on that.
I understand, but I want us to.
I want to expound on that. I want to expound on that real quickly. Okay, I know you want to go home, Mr. Gold, I understand it, but I just want to expound on that because I'm actually echoing the fact that we should be very grateful that you still have parents who traditionally will only invest in the public schools, okay? So while they do that to diversify and to continue to hopefully add on to the pool from all backgrounds, it's a lot of the parents, the pink elephant in the room that Commissioner Cerf and I will have many of these discussions when I am in Trenton, promise you that, because one of the things that's not addressed in the pink elephant in the room is that you do have a lot of parents who continue traditionally from low and moderate income households to invest in the public schools, and the mold is breaking out where they're thinking about now their options, because the whole push is parents' choice. And ultimately what I'm echoing is simply the fact that we should always, if we're going to say that we believe in the unity and we want to harness, the energy and the input, it's not just about conversation and conversation. It's like the great, Larry David scene, have a meeting, to talk about a meeting, to discuss the meeting. It should be about basically letting our actions speak louder than our words and saying to them when this comes back in December, it's going to be probably what you guys are saying now. You know what, forecasted as, you're going to vote to authorize for an impact statement that's going to be objecting to the expansion. Hopefully not. I pray not. But we will see. That's it. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Done.